They were not supposed to be separate camps. They were not even supposed to be remembered as different places. Gusen I, Gusen II, Gusen III. 3 names. 1 system. One of the deadliest forced labor complexes in the entire Nazi Empire. Hidden beside the granite hills of Austria, just beyond Mauthausen, the Gusen camps became something far more lethal than a satellite. They evolved into a machine, expanding, dividing, multiplying each new section built. Not because the system was failing, but because it was working exactly as designed. Gusen I began as a quarry camp, brutal, exposed, and already deadly. Gusen II followed, larger, more industrial, feeding directly into underground weapons production. Gusen III emerged as the Reich grew desperate, stretching forced labor even deeper into the collapsing war economy. Together, they formed a network where exhaustion replaced gas as the primary weapon, where labor was measured in quotas and life was measured in hours, where men disappeared not in a single moment, but through attrition, stone by stone, tunnel by tunnel. Tonight, we break down the 3 camps, how they were built, why they expanded, how they operated differently, and how they became one of the most lethal labor systems in the Nazi concentration camp network. This is not just the story of Gusen. It is the story of how a camp can divide and grow more deadly each time it does. Settle in. And before we begin, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to In&Out Nazi Germany, and let me know in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every story, every memory, and every place matters, and together we keep history alive. Now let's begin. Chapter 1, Segment 1, The Birth of Gusen I, From Quarry to Killing System. When Gusen I was established in 1939, it did not begin with grand announcements or official declarations of extermination. It began with stone. The granite quarries near the small Austrian village of St. Georgen and der Gusen had long been valued for their quality, but under the Nazi regime, stone was no longer simply a building material. It became ideology carved into earth. Adolf Hitler envisioned vast architectural projects for the Third Reich, monumental buildings meant to symbolize eternal power. To supply those ambitions, the SS expanded its control over quarry labor, and the nearby Mauthausen concentration camp, opened in 1938, quickly became a source of expendable workers. But Mauthausen alone was not enough. The demand for labor grew, and so Gusen I was created. Officially classified as a subcamp of Mauthausen, Gusen I was built just a few kilometers away, though in reality it developed into something far larger and more lethal. Prisoners were forced to construct the camp themselves, erecting barracks, fencing, guard towers, and administrative buildings while under constant surveillance and violence. There was no separation between labor and punishment. Construction itself became an instrument of degradation. Political prisoners from Poland formed the first large prisoner group. Many were intellectuals, teachers, priests, officers, men deliberately targeted after the invasion of Poland. The Nazi objective was not only conquest, but the elimination of leadership. At Gusen I, that elimination would be carried out through attrition. The camp layout reflected calculated control. Wooden barracks lined in rigid rows. Roll call square at the center. Perimeter fences electrified and patrolled. Watchtowers positioned to eliminate blind spots. Order was visible everywhere, yet beneath that order was chaos manufactured intentionally. Guards enforced discipline with unpredictable brutality. Beatings were routine. Public punishments were staged as warnings. Productivity was measured not in human survival, but in the amount of stone extracted from the earth. Each morning before dawn, prisoners were assembled for roll call regardless of weather. Winter winds cut through thin uniforms. Snow and frost clung to boots with no insulation. After hours of standing, work details marched toward the quarries. The descent into the pit was steep, uneven, Dangerous. Granite blocks had to be drilled, cut, and lifted using primitive tools. Dust filled lungs. Hands bled. Backs split under weight. And always overseers watched with rifles and sticks. The granite blocks were hauled upward by prisoners climbing what would later be known as the Stairway of Death. 186 steps carved into the quarry slope. The steps were uneven, often slick with mud, ice, or blood. Prisoners carried blocks weighing up to 50 kilograms on their shoulders. If one man fell, he risked dragging others down with him. Falls were not accidents in the usual sense. They were inevitabilities engineered by exhaustion. Guards sometimes pushed prisoners deliberately. Those too weak to stand were beaten or shot. Others were sent back to the camp infirmary, a place that rarely meant recovery. Unlike extermination camps built solely for immediate killing, Gusen I functioned as a camp of prolonged destruction. Starvation was methodical. Rations were insufficient by design. Watery soup, small portions of bread, minimal protein. Disease spread quickly in overcrowded barracks. Dysentery, tuberculosis, infections from untreated wounds. Hygiene was impossible to maintain. Washing facilities were limited. Latrines overflowed. Lice spread unchecked. Death did not require gas. It required time. By 1941, Gusen I's reputation as one of the harshest camps in the system was firmly established. Mortality rates climbed sharply. The SS viewed high death rates not as failure, but as confirmation of policy. Prisoners categorized as incorrigible enemies were considered expendable. The camp was classified within the harshest category of the concentration camp hierarchy, reserved for those unlikely to survive. Executions occurred both openly and quietly. Some prisoners were shot under pretext of attempted escape. Others were beaten to death. Still others were selected for transport to other killing centers. Bureaucracy masked violence. Records described deaths as heart failure or pneumonia. Language sanitized cruelty. But Gusen I was more than a place of death. It was a model in development. The SS observed how labor could be maximized, how punishment maintained discipline, how fear prevented organized resistance. Systems were refined, administrative routines standardized. The camp became a laboratory for exploitation, and its success would lead to expansion. What began as a quarry labor camp was already evolving. The war economy demanded more than stone. Germany's military production intensified. Aircraft parts, weapons components, and underground facilities would soon reshape the landscape around Gusen. The quarry would remain central, but it would no longer be the only purpose. Gusen I was not built to be the largest camp. It was built to test limits of endurance, of organization, of cruelty. And it proved that forced labor could be lethal on an industrial scale without immediate extermination facilities. In the years that followed, Gusen I would not remain alone. It would multiply. Chapter 1, Segment 2, Expansion and Entrenchment, How Gusen I Became a Death Factory. By 1940, Gusen I was no longer an experimental extension of Mauthausen. It had become a fully entrenched pillar of the Nazi camp system, and its role was expanding. The granite extracted from its quarries fed the architectural fantasies of the Reich. But as the war widened, stone alone was no longer enough. Germany's military machine required infrastructure, fortifications, and eventually weapons production on a scale never seen before. And the SS recognized something essential. Prisoners were cheaper than machinery, more expendable than livestock, and endlessly replaceable so long as occupied Europe continued to supply victims. Transports arrived regularly. Trains pulled into nearby stations carrying men from Poland, France, Spain, the Soviet Union, and later from across nearly every occupied territory. Many were political prisoners, resistance members, former soldiers, clergy, intellectuals. Others were classified under vague categories such as asocial, criminal, or undesirable. Jewish prisoners began to arrive in greater numbers as anti-Jewish policies intensified. Each arrival followed a predictable ritual: registration, confiscation of personal belongings, shaving, delousing, assignment of numbers. Names disappeared. Numbers remained. The camp's population swelled beyond its original capacity. Barracks designed for a few hundred now housed far more. Bunks were stacked tightly. Air circulation was poor. Disease thrived in overcrowding. Guards did not attempt to alleviate conditions. Deterioration served the purpose of weakening prisoners before labor began. The camp administration understood that exhaustion reduced the likelihood of organized resistance. Hunger suppressed rebellion. Illness isolated the strong from the weak. Daily life followed rigid structure. Roll calls could last hours, sometimes deliberately extended as punishment. Even minor infractions resulted in public beatings. Standing cells, narrow compartments where prisoners were forced to remain upright overnight, were used to break those accused of sabotage or insubordination. The penalty bunker became a psychological weapon. Whippings were administered formally, recorded in documents as disciplinary corrections. Order always order. Violence presented as procedure. Meanwhile, economic integration deepened. SS-owned enterprises, including the German Earth and Stone Works Company, profited directly from forced labor. Granite blocks were transported for monumental construction projects in Berlin and other cities envisioned as symbols of permanent dominance. The connection between camp suffering and national ambition was direct. Each stone block lifted represented both labor extracted and life diminished. By 1941 and 42, the war's scale transformed Gusen I further. Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union intensified demand for military production. Casualties on the front required rapid expansion of aircraft manufacturing. The SS saw opportunity. Camps were no longer merely sites of punishment. They became industrial satellites. Workshops began appearing within or near campgrounds. Prisoners with technical skills were identified and reassigned. Engineers, machinists, mechanics, many arrested precisely because of their education, were now forced to support the regime that imprisoned them. The transformation was gradual but deliberate. Barracks multiplied. Administrative offices expanded. Guard units increased. The once isolated quarry camp was becoming the nucleus of a broader complex. Gusen I's management gained experience in coordinating large prisoner populations under lethal working conditions. They learned how to balance minimal nourishment with maximum output. They learned how to replace dead workers efficiently. Mortality became part of production planning. Survival required calculation. Prisoners traded crumbs of bread for favors. Informal hierarchies developed within barracks. Capos, prisoner functionaries appointed by the SS, wielded power over others. Some used their position to lessen brutality where possible. Others exploited it to survive. Moral boundaries blurred under extreme pressure. Trust was fragile. Solidarity, when it emerged, carried risk. Executions continued, sometimes discreetly in the infirmary through lethal injections, sometimes openly near the quarry to reinforce obedience. Death certificates cited natural causes. The language of bureaucracy shielded reality. The system depended not only on violence but on documentation, lists, quotas, reports submitted upward through SS channels. Each report quantified productivity. Rarely did it mention the bodies removed at night. As the camp entrenched itself, its role within the broader camp network solidified. Gusen I was no longer peripheral to Mauthausen. It was essential. Prisoner numbers, death rates, and production outputs positioned it among the most lethal labor camps in the system. And the SS recognized that its geographic isolation worked to their advantage. Remote enough to conceal suffering, close enough to integrate into transport networks. But expansion carried consequences. Increased prisoner intake required additional infrastructure. The quarries alone could not absorb the growing population. New labor demands were emerging, demands that would soon reshape the landscape beneath the hills themselves. Plans were forming for underground production sites safe from Allied bombing. Tunnels would be carved. Subcamps would be established. Gusen I would become only the first component of a larger, more complex structure. By the time these plans took shape, the identity of Gusen I had already shifted. It was no longer simply a quarry camp. It had become proof of concept, a demonstration that systematic labor exploitation could sustain war industry while eliminating those deemed expendable. The SS had refined methods here. They had tested thresholds. They had measured how long a human body could function under deliberate deprivation. The answer was never long enough to satisfy production goals. So they prepared to build more. Chapter 1, Segment 3, From Quarry to Complex, The Birth of a System. By the early years of the war, Gusen I had ceased to be an isolated labor site and had instead become a prototype. What began as an auxiliary quarry for Mauthausen was transforming into something far more deliberate, a structured experiment in how suffering could be organized, scaled, and industrialized. The SS leadership did not view Gusen as a temporary installation. They saw it as a model, a place where forced labor, punishment, and calculated mortality could operate together without disrupting military production. The camp was proving a brutal truth that human beings could be consumed as a resource just like granite. The physical layout of Gusen I reflected this shift. The camp expanded outward in controlled increments. New barracks were erected in rigid rows. Guard towers multiplied. Administrative buildings grew in size and complexity. What had once been a stark quarry settlement was now an organized grid of confinement. The fences were electrified. The perimeter tightened.
Surveillance intensified.
Inside those boundaries, time was measured not in days, but in output. Tons of stone extracted, hours of labor completed, bodies replaced. The SS command structure adapted as well. Officers rotated through Gusen not only to supervise, but to learn. Techniques of discipline, productivity management, and prisoner categorization were observed and recorded. This was not random cruelty. It was refined cruelty. Lessons drawn from Gusen I would inform the administration of other camps. The system was becoming transferable, standardized. At the same time, the composition of the prisoner population continued to shift. Following Germany's occupation of Western Europe and the intensification of resistance movements, larger numbers of political prisoners arrived from France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and later from occupied Soviet territories. Many were educated men, teachers, officers, journalists, individuals who had opposed Nazi expansion. Their presence was viewed not merely as punitive confinement, but as removal from society. Elimination through exhaustion served political goals. Language barriers fragmented the prisoner community. Barracks held men who spoke different tongues, prayed in different traditions, and came from vastly different regions. The SS encouraged division. Unity could lead to resistance. Isolation ensured vulnerability. And yet, despite these divisions, small acts of solidarity persisted. Shared rations, whispered translations, warnings about particularly violent guards. Survival sometimes depended on the quiet cooperation of strangers. The quarry remained central to Gusen I's identity. The descent each morning into the granite pit symbolized the camp's purpose. Prisoners carried heavy stones up steep inclines, navigating uneven terrain under constant surveillance. The 186 steps, later infamous at Mauthausen, had their equivalent here in relentless climbs and backbreaking lifts. Injury was common: fractures, crushed limbs, torn muscles. Medical treatment was minimal. Those deemed unfit for work were often transferred back to Mauthausen or sent to die within the infirmary under the guise of care. Starvation became routine. Rations consisted of thin soup, small portions of bread, and occasional substitutes barely recognizable as food. Malnutrition weakened immune systems. Tuberculosis, dysentery, and other diseases spread rapidly. The camp's infirmary functioned less as a hospital and more as a holding area for the dying. Doctors, many of them prisoners themselves, were forced to operate within impossible conditions. Supplies were scarce. Decisions were brutal: whom to treat, whom to leave. By 1942, the demands of total war introduced a new direction for Gusen I. Allied bombing campaigns targeted German industry, forcing military planners to consider relocating production underground. The quarries and surrounding terrain of Gusen presented opportunity. Solid rock could conceal factories from aerial attack. The camp's existing prisoner labor force provided the means. Plans began to circulate for tunnel excavation on a scale far beyond anything attempted before. These plans marked a decisive turning point. Gusen I would no longer serve only as a quarry camp. It would become the anchor of a broader labor complex, one that extended beneath the surface of the earth. The groundwork for Gusen II and Gusen III was quietly being laid. Expansion would mean more prisoners, more barracks, more deaths, but also greater strategic value to the Reich. Within the camp, prisoners sensed the shift. Work details diversified. Some were reassigned to preliminary construction projects. Others noticed increased inspections by high-ranking SS officials. Rumors circulated about underground factories. No one fully understood the scope of what was coming, but the tempo changed. Labor intensified. Expectations hardened. The margin for error disappeared. The camp administration refined its record-keeping. Production reports became more detailed. Mortality statistics were logged methodically. Transfers were coordinated with precision. Bureaucracy wrapped itself around brutality. Forms, stamps, and signatures created the illusion of administrative order. Violence was embedded within paperwork. Each death could be reduced to a line entry. As Gusen I approached the midpoint of the war, it had already earned a grim reputation among prisoners. Survival rates were low. The camp's internal nickname reflected its lethality. Those transferred there often understood that return was unlikely. Yet for the SS, this lethality was not a failure, it was a calculated outcome. Attrition served policy. Weak bodies would be replaced by new arrivals. The transport trains never stopped. By the time plans for deeper industrial integration solidified, Gusen I stood as proof of concept. It demonstrated that a camp could simultaneously exploit labor and eliminate those deemed undesirable. It demonstrated that infrastructure could expand without public scrutiny. And it demonstrated that suffering could be systematized to support war. What began as a quarry on Austrian soil was becoming the foundation of one of the deadliest labor complexes in the Nazi system. The granite hill was no longer just stone. It was scaffolding for something far larger, a network that would soon extend underground, multiply its prisoner population, and push mortality to unprecedented levels. Gusen I had laid the groundwork, and the system was only beginning. Chapter 2, Segment 1. The expansion begins. Gusen II and the underground turn. By 1943, the war had changed shape. Allied bombers crossed the skies of Germany with increasing frequency, striking factories, rail hubs, and industrial centers that fed the Nazi war machine. Production could no longer remain exposed. Steel mills, aircraft plants, and armament facilities were vulnerable above ground. The Reich needed concealment. It needed stone. And it needed labor that could be consumed without question. The answer lay beneath Gusen. What had begun as a brutal quarry camp was now positioned at the center of a strategic transformation. SS planners and military engineers identified the granite-rich hills surrounding Gusen as ideal for subterranean construction. Solid rock could shield factories from bombs. Tunnels could house assembly lines. Production could continue even as cities burned. And the workforce required to carve these spaces already stood behind barbed wire. Thus began the expansion that would give birth to Gusen II. The decision was not announced with ceremony. It unfolded through orders, surveys, and quiet coordination between the SS and major German armaments companies. Surveyors mapped the hills. Engineers calculated excavation routes. SS officials discussed prisoner capacity. Behind the language of planning lay a single assumption: human life would be expended in the process. Construction of the new camp section accelerated rapidly. Gusen II was established only a short distance from Gusen I, yet it operated with a distinct purpose. Where Gusen I had centered on quarry labor, Gusen II was designed specifically to support underground industrial projects. Barracks rose quickly, overcrowded, poorly insulated, built to house thousands more prisoners than originally intended. There was no intention of comfort, only containment. Transport trains arrived with increasing frequency. Prisoners from across occupied Europe, French resistance fighters, Soviet prisoners of war, Polish civilians, Jews from liquidated ghettos, and political detainees from Germany itself were funneled into the expanding complex. Many were transferred directly from other camps already overwhelmed by wartime evacuations. They stepped from cattle cars into a system already at breaking point. The excavation work began with primitive tools. Prisoners drilled into granite by hand, using picks, hammers, and limited mechanical equipment. Dust filled the air. Ventilation was minimal. Lighting flickered. Explosives were used to speed progress, but safety precautions were virtually non-existent.
Cave in the Kurt.
Rock fragments crushed limbs. The underground air thickened with stone particles, entering lungs and settling deep within. Working conditions were suffocating. Shifts stretched for 12 hours or more. Prisoners marched from barracks to tunnel entrances before dawn and returned long after dark. Those who slowed were beaten. Those who collapsed were dragged aside. Productivity quotas dictated the rhythm of survival. Failure to meet targets invited punishment, confinement, reduced rations, or execution under fabricated charges. Inside the tunnels, the world narrowed to stone and echo. The roar of blasting charges reverberated through confined corridors. After each explosion, prisoners cleared debris with bare hands or crude carts. Dust coated faces until features blurred into gray masks. The dampness of underground chambers chilled bones. Winter and summer felt identical below the earth, cold, wet, and airless. As excavation advanced, sections of the tunnels were reinforced and converted into assembly areas. Major arms manufacturers, including companies responsible for aircraft components, began relocating equipment into these hidden chambers. The project known as Burgerstahl, Mountain Crystal, would later become synonymous with Gusen's underground production. But in these early phases, the priority was simply hollowing space from rock. Gusen II became a machine within a machine. Above ground, barracks overflowed. Sanitation collapsed under overcrowding. Latrines overflowed. Water supplies faltered. Disease followed. Typhus spread rapidly, carried by lice thriving in cramped conditions. Medical facilities, already inadequate in Gusen I, were overwhelmed. Selection for work grew harsher. Those too weak for tunnel duty were transferred, often to die in Mauthausen's infirmary or through summary execution. Food rations did not increase with labor demands. Prisoners subsisted on thin soup and minimal bread, calories insufficient for sustained excavation work. Malnutrition compounded exhaustion. Bodies deteriorated quickly under the combined strain of hunger and underground labor. Mortality rates rose sharply. Gusen II's reputation for lethality soon rivaled, and in some periods exceeded, that of its predecessor. The SS administration refined its methods accordingly. Death was not hidden. It was processed. Corpses were transported systematically. Records were updated. Replacement transports were requested. The system adapted to loss as though managing broken tools. Yet within the tunnels, fragments of resistance flickered. Prisoners communicated through whispers in the dark. Skilled workers occasionally sabotaged machinery, slowing production subtly to avoid detection. Others memorized layouts, aware that knowledge might one day matter. Survival was not only physical, it became intellectual, emotional, communal. Despite the brutality, the underground project advanced. By late 1943 and into 1944, sections of Gusen II's tunnels housed full-scale aircraft production. The camp complex had evolved from quarry labor site to integral component of the Nazi war economy. Bombers assembled in hidden chambers would fly missions across Europe, even as the men who built them perished from starvation and exhaustion. The irony was profound and invisible. A system built to sustain war depended on the destruction of its own workforce. As Gusen II expanded, planning began for further auxiliary sites, smaller, more dispersed installations that would eventually form Gusen III. The logic remained consistent. Hide production, expand labor, replace the dead. The granite hills became a labyrinth of exploitation, each new tunnel carved with human cost. By the end of 1943, Gusen was no longer a secondary camp to Mauthausen. It had become a central node in a vast network of forced labor and industrial concealment. What started as stone extraction had transformed into subterranean manufacturing on an unprecedented scale. The expansion had only begun, and beneath the hills of Austria, thousands labored in darkness so that a collapsing regime could prolong its war a little longer. Chapter 2, Segment 2, Burgerstall, the underground factory of the Reich. As Allied bombers darkened the skies over Germany in 1943, Nazi planners faced a grim reality. The war economy was collapsing under air raids. Entire industrial districts were reduced to rubble in a single night. Aircraft plants burned. Rail yards twisted into scrap. Production quotas fell. And with every bomb that struck a factory, the illusion of invincibility faded. The solution devised by the SS and Albert Speer's armaments ministry was radical, secretive, and merciless: move industry underground. Hide it in stone, shield it with mountains, and build it with prisoners. At Gusen, this vision took shape in the form of a project known as Burgerstall, Mountain Crystal. Burgerstall was not merely a tunnel system. It was an underground city of forced labor, carved directly into granite hills near the camp. Thousands of meters of galleries were blasted into solid rock. These vast chambers were designed to house full aircraft production lines, particularly for the Messerschmitt Me 262 jet fighter, the regime's desperate attempt to regain control of the skies. The decision to bring aircraft assembly into the depths of Gusen marked a turning point. No longer was the camp simply a quarry or even a labor annex. It became a hidden armament hub, one of the most important underground industrial sites in the Nazi Empire. But before machines could be installed, the mountain had to be hollowed. Prisoners were forced to dig relentlessly. Explosives shattered stone in thunderous bursts that shook the earth. After each detonation, clouds of dust thickened the air to the point of suffocation. Ventilation systems were primitive or incomplete. Air became heavy with granite particles that scarred lungs and triggered chronic respiratory illness. Prisoners coughed blood, yet work continued. Lighting was minimal. Dim bulbs cast shadows across endless corridors. In these dim spaces, men worked shoulder to shoulder, hauling debris with carts, drilling new shafts, reinforcing ceilings. Many had no prior experience with mining or construction. Training was unnecessary. Replacement was easier than preservation. The physical toll was catastrophic. Exhaustion compounded by malnutrition left bodies fragile. Injuries were frequent. Crushed fingers, broken limbs, ruptured eardrums from blasts, all common. Those too weak to continue were removed from work details and often sent to Mauthausen for special treatment, a euphemism that rarely meant survival. The SS maintained strict productivity quotas. Delays were interpreted as sabotage. Punishments were swift. Beatings occurred inside the tunnels themselves, the sound echoing off stone walls. In such enclosed spaces, violence reverberated both physically and psychologically. By early 1944, sections of Bergerstall were ready for machinery. Rail lines were laid into the tunnels to transport components. Assembly platforms were constructed. Electrical wiring snaked through corridors, creating a crude but functional industrial environment. Messerschmitt engineers supervised installation, relying entirely on prisoner labor for execution. The irony was stark. Advanced jet aircraft, symbols of modern engineering, were assembled by starving men in subterranean darkness. Gusen II became inseparable from Bergerstall. The camp's daily rhythm revolved around tunnel shifts. Prisoners marched before dawn from overcrowded barracks to tunnel entrances. Guards counted them as they entered and again as they exited. Any discrepancy triggered panic and punishment. Escape from such depths was nearly impossible. Inside, work extended far beyond excavation. Skilled prisoners were assigned to precision tasks: wiring, metal fitting, machining aircraft components. Engineers required expertise, and the SS exploited prisoners with technical backgrounds. Former factory workers, mechanics, and engineers found themselves forced to build weapons for the regime that had imprisoned them. This dynamic created a cruel paradox. Those most capable of survival, skilled laborers, were often kept alive longer because their knowledge was valuable. Yet they were also complicit in producing machinery that prolonged the war and, by extension, the camp system itself. Food rations remained insufficient. Soup thinned further as prisoner numbers increased. Bread portions shrank. Weight loss was rapid and visible. Bones protruded beneath striped uniforms. In the tunnels, fainting spells became common. Guards responded with kicks and rifle butts. Disease thrived in overcrowded barracks. Typhus outbreaks spread with devastating speed. Lice infested clothing and bedding. Sanitation systems failed under the strain. Medical facilities were incapable of containing epidemics. Sick prisoners were often isolated without treatment, left to die in improvised infirmaries. Yet production numbers climbed. By mid-1944, aircraft components were rolling out of Bergerstall with increasing regularity. The Me-262 jets assembled underground were flown into combat, heralded by Nazi propaganda as technological miracles. Few outside the camp knew where they were built or at what human cost. Gusen III began to emerge during this phase, smaller subcamps tied directly to industrial expansion. Prisoners were distributed across satellite sites feeding into the underground complex. The network expanded organically, driven by labor demand rather than infrastructure stability. The SS administration refined its documentation. Records of deaths were logged clinically. Causes listed as heart failure or pneumonia, concealed starvation, and overwork. Replacement transports continued to arrive. The supply of prisoners seemed endless until late 1944, when the collapsing front lines sent waves of evacuees from other camps into Gusen, pushing conditions into chaos. Within Burgerstal, resistance simmered quietly. Sabotage efforts were subtle, misaligned parts, minor assembly errors, deliberate slowdowns masked as incompetence. Prisoners risked immediate execution if discovered. Yet small acts accumulated. Every delay was a silent defiance. Still, the system functioned. The underground factory operated almost continuously, shielded from Allied bombs. Granite ceilings absorbed shockwaves that destroyed above-ground plants. From the outside, the hills appeared unchanged. Beneath them, an entire industrial complex thrived on forced labor and death. As 1944 drew to a close, Germany's military position deteriorated rapidly. Yet production demands increased rather than decreased. The regime's desperation intensified exploitation. Gusen's mortality rate surged. The crematoria at Mauthausen struggled to process the growing number of dead. Burgerstal stood as the embodiment of this final phase, technologically advanced, strategically ambitious, and morally bankrupt. It was a monument not of stone alone, but of systemic cruelty. And in the darkness beneath Austria's granite hills, thousands labored so that the Reich might survive a little longer, even as its defeat became inevitable. Chapter 2, Segment 3, Expansion Without Mercy, The Growth of Gusen III. By late 1944, the structure that had begun as a single labor extension of Mauthausen had transformed into something far more complex. Gusen was no longer one camp. It had become a layered industrial system. Gusen I rooted in quarry labor, Gusen II tied to the underground tunnels of Burgerstal, and now Gusen III emerging as an additional expansion driven by desperation. The Third Reich was collapsing on multiple fronts. Allied forces pressed from the west. The Red Army advanced relentlessly from the east. Bombing raids intensified. Supply lines fractured. Yet, instead of retreating from its camp network, the regime expanded it. Expansion was not a sign of strength. It was a sign of panic. Gusen III was established as a satellite component linked to the industrial demands of the region. Unlike the original quarry-focused structure of Gusen I, or the massive underground production facilities of Gusen II, Gusen III operated as a dispersed labor extension feeding specialized tasks into the broader war economy. Smaller, more fragmented, but no less lethal. Its creation followed a familiar pattern. Identify a labor demand, transport prisoners, build minimal infrastructure, and enforce productivity through terror. Barracks were erected quickly and poorly. Wood was scarce. Insulation was nearly non-existent. Roofs leaked. Windows were few or broken. Overcrowding began immediately. Prisoners arriving from evacuations in Poland and Eastern Germany found no stable accommodations. Many slept on bare boards or directly on dirt floors. The SS maintained the same classification system. Gusen remained a Category 3 environment, a place designated for those deemed irredeemable by Nazi ideology. Political prisoners from occupied territories, resistance members, captured Soviet officers, Jewish detainees transferred from dismantled camps, and forced laborers accused of sabotage all passed through this extension. Food rations declined further as supply chains collapsed. Soup often consisted of boiled turnip peels or thin cabbage water. Bread distributions shrank to fragments barely sustaining life. Malnutrition accelerated physical deterioration. Legs swelled from edema. Vision blurred. Strength vanished. Work assignments in Gusen III varied but remained brutal. Prisoners were sent to construction sites reinforcing rail lines, expanding tunnel entrances, repairing bomb-damaged infrastructure, and supporting aircraft component transport. Many labored outdoors in winter conditions without adequate clothing. Frostbite became common. Fingers blackened. Toes were amputated without anesthesia in crude infirmaries. The expansion of subcamps also meant administrative fragmentation. Guards rotated between sites. Communication lagged. Record-keeping became inconsistent. In some ways, this chaos increased suffering. Without stable oversight, cruelty became arbitrary. Punishments depended on the temperament of individual SS men or capos. Gusen III functioned as a buffer zone, absorbing new transports and redistributing laborers where needed. This fluid structure created instability within prisoner populations. Men were reassigned frequently. Friendships and support networks fractured. In a camp system where survival often depended on alliances, this fragmentation was devastating. Disease followed expansion. Overcrowding, weakened immunity, and limited sanitation created perfect conditions for typhus outbreaks. Lice multiplied. Latrines overflowed. Water supplies were contaminated. Medical staff, themselves prisoners, lacked supplies and authority. The sick were isolated only when they could no longer stand. Executions continued, though less ceremonially than in earlier years. Hangings were often carried out quickly to discourage unrest. In some cases, prisoners accused of slowing work were shot near construction zones as warnings to others. The line between discipline and elimination blurred further. Despite the fragmentation, industrial output remained the core priority. Aircraft parts assembled in Bergerstall required steady flows of materials and labor. Gusen III ensured those flows continued. Prisoners hauled equipment between sites, repaired machinery, and supported logistics operations essential to underground production. The paradox deepened. As Germany's defeat became increasingly certain, the regime intensified its exploitation of prisoners to build weapons meant to reverse that defeat. It was a cycle fueled by denial. More labor demanded as victory became impossible. By early 1945, evacuation transports from camps in the east surged into the Mauthausen Gusen complex. Thousands arrived exhausted from death marches. Gusen III absorbed many of them. Conditions, already catastrophic, collapsed under the pressure. Barracks designed for hundreds now held thousands. Men lay side by side without space to turn. Ventilation failed. The smell of disease and decay permeated living quarters. Dead bodies sometimes remained among the living until morning counts. Work continued. The SS still insisted on daily quotas. Prisoners marched to assignments even as artillery thundered faintly in the distance. Rumors of approaching Allied forces circulated, but guards enforced silence. Any discussion of liberation was punished. In this late phase, psychological strain intensified. Guards oscillated between brutality and anxiety. Some destroyed documents. Others transferred valuables. The chain of command showed cracks. Yet for prisoners, these cracks brought little immediate relief. Violence often escalated as discipline frayed. Small acts of resistance emerged. Prisoners shared scraps of information about front lines. Some sabotaged equipment subtly. Others preserved hidden lists of names, determined that identities would not vanish entirely. Gusen III, though smaller and less architecturally imposing than its predecessors, became one of the deadliest nodes in the entire complex during these final months. Mortality rates soared. Starvation, disease, execution, and exhaustion combined into a continuous attritional process. Unlike extermination camps built explicitly for mass gassing, the Gusen camps killed through accumulation, layer upon layer of deprivation. Gusen III epitomized this slow collapse. There were no large gas chambers dominating its landscape. Instead, death seeped into every aspect of daily life. As April 1945 approached, the system began to unravel visibly. Guards debated evacuation plans. Some considered forcing prisoners on marches deeper into Austria. Others waited for orders that no longer came. For prisoners, hope mixed with terror. Liberation could mean survival or a final massacre. Gusen III's existence, though often overshadowed by the more infamous names within the Nazi camp system, reveals the final stage of a regime attempting to maintain industrial production through coercion even as its political structure disintegrated. It shows how bureaucracy adapted to collapse, not by retreating from violence but by accelerating it. The three Gusen camps, I, II, and III, formed a single organism. Quarry labor fed early expansion. Underground production fueled late-war desperation. Satellite extensions ensured constant manpower. Together, they created one of the most lethal forced labor complexes in the Nazi system. And in the fragmented, overburdened structures of Gusen III, the system reached its final, most chaotic phase. A place where death was no longer organized with cold efficiency, but spread through disorder, fear, and the refusal of a collapsing regime to release its grip on human lives. The mountain tunnels still echoed with machinery. The barracks still overflowed. And even as the war's end drew near, the labor continued. Chapter 3, Segment 1. The Prisoners Who Was Sent to Gusen. Before Gusen became a symbol of industrialized death through labor, it was first a destination on a transport list, a name written on papers that reduced human beings to numbers. For those who were sent there, the journey often began in other prisons, police cells, ghettos, or camps. By the time a man arrived at Gusen, he had already passed through layers of classification. He had already been judged by the regime as someone who did not belong in the world it was trying to build. Gusen was not random in its selection. It was deliberate. From its earliest days as an extension of Mauthausen, Gusen received prisoners marked as particularly dangerous or incorrigible. In Nazi administrative language, this meant political prisoners, communists, social democrats, trade unionists, intellectuals, clergy, resistance fighters, men who opposed the regime openly or were suspected of doing so. Many were from Austria and Germany in the first phase. After the invasion of Poland in 1939, the population shifted dramatically. Polish political elites were targeted with precision. Teachers, lawyers, professors, priests, local leaders, those capable of shaping thought and organizing resistance, were arrested in mass sweeps and transported to camps like Mauthausen and Gusen. The goal was not just imprisonment. It was the dismantling of a nation's leadership. In Gusen's quarry, Polish intellectuals carried granite blocks until their bodies collapsed. Education and culture were answered with stone and hunger. As the war expanded, so did the diversity of those imprisoned. Soviet prisoners of war arrived in large numbers after 1941. Many were already weakened from battlefield captivity. The Nazi regime did not treat Soviet POWs according to international conventions. They were regarded as racially inferior and politically threatening. In Gusen, they were assigned some of the most punishing labor details. Mortality rates among Soviet prisoners were staggering. They died in the quarries, in the tunnels, in the overcrowded barracks. Jewish prisoners, especially after 1942, were transported increasingly into the Gusen system as extermination policies intensified. Some were transferred from ghettos. Others were sent after selections in camps across occupied Europe. Unlike camps built exclusively for immediate killing, Gusen exploited Jewish prisoners for labor first, but the outcome was often the same: starvation, disease, execution, and exhaustion served as indirect methods of annihilation. Spanish Republicans formed another significant group. After fleeing the Spanish Civil War and seeking refuge in France, many were captured following the German invasion of Western Europe. Stateless and politically marked, they were deported into the Mauthausen-Gusen complex. They brought with them experience in resistance and organization, which later influenced underground networks within the camps. French, Dutch, Belgian, Yugoslav, Italian, Hungarian, Czech, and Slovak prisoners followed as Nazi occupation extended across Europe. Resistance movements grew in these countries, and arrests fed the camp system. Gusen became a multinational prison, though nationality offered no protection. Each prisoner wore a colored triangle sewn onto his uniform: red for political prisoners, yellow for Jews, green for criminal detainees, purple for Jehovah's Witnesses, pink for those persecuted under anti-homosexual laws, black for those labeled asocial. The triangles formed a visual hierarchy enforced daily through camp discipline. These classifications were not symbolic alone. They shaped access to labor assignments, food distribution, and survival chances. Some categories were assigned to leadership roles as capos, prisoner functionaries who enforced order on behalf of the SS. Others were systematically pushed into the harshest labor details. At Gusen, survival often depended on work placement. Quarry labor was infamous. Men descended into the granite pits at dawn and hauled stone blocks weighing dozens of kilograms. The climb back up the infamous steps tested every muscle and bone. A misstep could cause a chain reaction of falling bodies. Guards watched for weakness. Those who stumbled risked beating or execution. When Gusen II expanded underground production at Burgerstal, new prisoners were funneled into tunnel construction and assembly lines. There, the danger shifted from falling stone to suffocating dust, collapsing ceilings, and toxic air. Long hours under artificial light disoriented men who no longer knew day from night. The prisoner population was never stable. Death removed thousands. New transports replaced them. Some men survived only days. Others endured years. Numbers tattooed or sewn onto uniforms erased names in official records. But within the barracks, identities persisted quietly. Prisoners whispered surnames, hometowns, fragments of personal history, acts of memory against a system built to erase. Children were rare at Gusen compared to other camps, but younger prisoners did appear, especially in the later years when deportations intensified. Teenagers arrested for resistance activity or swept up in mass raids found themselves in the same labor details as adult men. Physical weakness made survival even more difficult. Medical experimentation was less systematic at Gusen than in camps like Auschwitz, but brutality in infirmaries was common. Those deemed too weak to work were often selected for transport back to Mauthausen, a euphemism that frequently meant death. Despite the terror, networks formed. Shared language created bonds. Polish prisoners often supported one another. Spanish prisoners developed covert communication methods. Soviet detainees, though heavily targeted, sometimes organized quietly in work details. Clergy held secret prayers in whispers. Resistance members memorized names of the dead. Skilled workers protected weaker comrades by swapping assignments when possible. A spoonful of extra soup could determine survival. A moment of warning before inspection could prevent execution. The prisoner population at Gusen reveals something essential about the camp's function. It was not only a site of economic exploitation. It was a clearinghouse for those the regime viewed as ideological threats. It gathered intellectuals, soldiers, political organizers, and minorities in one place and subjected them to labor designed to erase both body and identity. The diversity of languages heard in the barracks reflected the breadth of Nazi persecution. Orders were shouted in German. Responses came in Polish, Russian, French, Spanish, Italian. Misunderstandings led to punishment. Communication barriers deepened isolation. Yet, in this convergence of nations, something unexpected emerged. A shared understanding of oppression. A fragile solidarity that transcended borders. It was quiet, often invisible, but it existed. As the war dragged on and transports increased, the demographic profile shifted again. By 1944 and 1945, evacuation transports from dismantled camps poured into Gusen. Men who had survived Auschwitz, Grossrosen, or camps in the east arrived skeletal and ill. The existing prisoner population absorbed them into overcrowded barracks already beyond capacity. By this point, classification mattered less than endurance. The system was breaking under its own weight, but the labels remained stitched to uniforms, reminders of the regime's obsession with categorization even as collapse loomed. Gusen was built to extract labor, but the labor force it assembled tells a larger story. It gathered the intellectual, political, and cultural fragments of occupied Europe and attempted to grind them down through stone, steel, and hunger. In the next phase of this history, we will examine how daily life unfolded within this system, how discipline was enforced, how punishment shaped behavior, and how the machinery of control operated hour by hour inside one of the deadliest sections of the Mauthausen complex. Chapter 3, Segment 2: Daily Life, Discipline, Labor, and the Machinery of Control. If Gusen selected its prisoners carefully, it also structured their days with ruthless precision. Survival was not left to chance. It was governed by schedules, signals, and systems designed to extract the maximum amount of labor while breaking the human spirit in the process. A day in Gusen began long before sunrise. In the darkness of the barracks, men slept on wooden bunks stacked 3 levels high, often without mattresses, sometimes without adequate blankets. In winter, frost formed on the inside walls. In summer, the air hung heavy and stale. Lice spread through clothing and bedding. Sleep was shallow, interrupted by coughing, by whispered warnings, by the fear of being late to roll call. The wake-up command came sharply, shouted in German, echoed by prisoner functionaries. Within minutes, hundreds of men scrambled from bunks, pulling on striped uniforms stiff with sweat and quarry dust. There was little time to wash. Water was scarce. Hygiene collapsed quickly under overcrowded conditions. Then came the first appel roll call. Prisoners lined up in rows outside, often for hours, regardless of weather. Rain soaked uniforms. Snow froze fingers. Summer sun burned exposed skin. Guards counted and recounted, checking numbers against lists. If totals did not match, the entire formation stood until the discrepancy was resolved. A missing prisoner meant punishment for all. Men who collapsed during roll call were beaten or dragged aside. The act of standing became a test of endurance. Silence was enforced. Movement invited attention. Attention invited violence. After roll call, work details were assigned. For quarry laborers, the march downhill toward the granite pits began immediately. The sound of boots on gravel mixed with barking dogs and shouted commands. Once inside the quarry, the rhythm of labor took over. Pickaxes struck stone. Explosions shattered rock faces. Blocks were cut, shaped, and prepared for transport. The work was not symbolic. It served the economic interests of the SS and private companies linked to the camp system. Granite from Gusen was used in monumental building projects across the Reich. Later, industrial demands shifted production toward armaments and aircraft components, especially in Gusen II's underground tunnels. Inside the tunnels, air circulation was poor. Concrete dust filled lungs. Lighting was artificial and dim. Prisoners worked in shifts that blurred into one another. 12 hours or more without rest was common. Exhaustion was constant. Food was insufficient. Morning rations might include a thin substitute for coffee and a small portion of bread. Midday brought watery soup, often little more than boiled vegetables in cloudy water. Evening repeated the cycle. Caloric intake rarely matched physical output. Weight dropped quickly. Bones became visible beneath skin. Starvation was not accidental. It was part of the system. Malnutrition weakened immune systems. Disease spread easily. Dysentery, typhus, tuberculosis, each found fertile ground in overcrowded barracks. Medical care existed formally, but access was limited. Those too weak to work were seen as burdens. Selection for transfer or execution followed. Control inside Gusen operated on multiple levels. The SS maintained authority through violence and surveillance, but much of daily enforcement was delegated to capos, prisoner functionaries appointed to oversee work details and barracks order. Some capos were brutal, using their limited power to secure better rations or protection. Others attempted quiet fairness, though always within dangerous limits. Hierarchy shaped interactions. Political prisoners sometimes occupied administrative roles. Criminal prisoners were often selected as overseers because the SS considered them more reliable enforcers. These divisions sowed mistrust among inmates. Punishment was immediate and public. Beatings occurred in work sites and barracks alike. Floggings were administered before assembled prisoners as warnings. Standing cells confined men in narrow spaces barely large enough to remain upright. Some punishments involved suspension by wrists tied behind the back, a practice that dislocated shoulders and left permanent damage. The quarry steps became notorious. Carrying heavy stone blocks up steep stairs required coordination and strength. If one prisoner fell, others were pulled down with him. Guards sometimes pushed from behind. A fall could mean severe injury or death. Survivors learned to anticipate the rhythm of those ahead, to adjust steps in fragile cooperation. Language barriers intensified isolation. Orders were delivered in German. Prisoners from across Europe struggled to understand commands. Misinterpretation could result in violence. Yet slowly, fragments of German phrases spread through barracks as survival tools. Despite the machinery of control, small acts of humanity persisted. A shared crust of bread, a whispered translation, a warning about an approaching inspection. Skilled workers occasionally shielded weaker comrades by swapping positions briefly. In infirmaries, prisoner doctors sometimes falsified records to prevent transfers. Time lost its conventional meaning. Days blended into one another. Only seasonal shifts marked change. The bitter cold of winter, the dust of summer, the early darkness of autumn. For many, hope narrowed to surviving until the next meal, the next roll call, the next shift. The SS maintained meticulous records. Every prisoner had a number. Labor output was documented. Deaths were recorded with bureaucratic language. Heart failure, pneumonia, weakness. These words concealed the true cause: systemic deprivation. Paperwork sanitized brutality. Even recreation of any kind was forbidden. Singing, conversation after lights out, or gathering in groups risked punishment. Yet resistance sometimes emerged in coded forms. Songs whispered in native languages. Religious prayers murmured silently. Mental recitation of poetry or scripture became internal refuge. As the war progressed and Allied bombing intensified German industry, pressure on underground production increased. Gusen II expanded rapidly. New transports flooded in, overwhelming facilities. Barracks designed for hundreds held thousands. Sanitation failed. Water supplies faltered. Roll calls grew longer. Mortality rates rose. By 1944, Gusen had transformed from a labor camp with lethal conditions into a site where death was not merely a byproduct but an expected outcome. Replacement labor arrived continuously. Productivity quotas remained fixed even as bodies failed. Discipline did not soften with desperation. If anything, it intensified. Executions occurred within the camp, sometimes by hanging, sometimes by shooting. Bodies were displayed briefly before removal, reminders of consequences. Yet beneath this machinery, the human instinct to endure remained. Some prisoners formed secret resistance cells linked to broader underground networks within the Mauthausen complex. They shared information about the progress of the war. Rumors of Allied advances circulated cautiously. Hope, fragile and dangerous, flickered. The daily routine at Gusen was designed to erase individuality through repetition. Wake, count, work, count, eat, sleep, repeat. But even within this pattern, memory persisted. Men recalled families, hometowns, books read, music heard. These memories became acts of resistance against the system's attempt to reduce them to labor units. In the next segment, we will explore how the expansion into Gusen II and Gusen III deepened this system, how underground factories, subcamps, and industrial contracts transformed Gusen from a quarry camp into one of the most lethal labor complexes in the Nazi Empire. Chapter 3, Segment 3, Expansion Underground, Gusen II, Gusen III, and the Industrialization of Death Through Labor. By 1943, the war had changed. German cities burned under Allied bombing. Factories above ground were no longer safe. Production lines that once ran openly across the Reich now became targets. The response was not retreat. It was relocation. Industry would go underground, carved into mountains, hidden beneath rock, protected from bombs. And the labor to build those tunnels would come from camps like Gusen. What began as a quarry camp beside Mauthausen now expanded into something larger, darker, and even more lethal. Gusen II was established in 1944 as an extension of the original camp, but in truth it was a transformation. If Gusen I had been brutal, Gusen II was industrialized brutality. Its purpose was clear: dig vast tunnel systems into the surrounding hills and convert them into underground factories for aircraft and weapons production. Prisoners were driven into the rock itself. The tunnels were known by code names. Inside them, forced laborers worked in suffocating conditions, blasting through stone, reinforcing ceilings with timber and concrete, hauling debris by hand and cart. Ventilation was poor. Dust filled lungs. Explosions shook the earth. Cave-ins were common. Unlike the quarry, where sky remained visible above, the tunnels erased even that fragment of freedom. Men worked without natural light. Day and night lost meaning. Artificial lamps cast shadows against rough stone walls, creating a world that felt buried not only physically but psychologically. The expansion was rapid. Thousands of new prisoners arrived. Many transferred from camps being evacuated in the east as the Red Army advanced. They were already weakened by previous imprisonment. Now they entered a system that demanded immediate productivity. There was no acclimatization. No merci. Food rations did not increase with workload. They decreased. As the population swelled, overcrowding intensified. Barracks filled beyond capacity. New arrivals often slept on bare floors. Hygiene collapsed further. Latrines overflowed. Water supplies faltered under strain. Disease spread with frightening speed. Gusen III, smaller but equally brutal, functioned as another satellite focused on industrial output. It supported underground projects and production facilities tied to the German war effort. Together, Gusen I, II, and III formed a network, a labor complex operating under the administrative umbrella of Mauthausen but functioning with increasing autonomy. This was no longer just punishment through labor. It was production through attrition. The companies involved in underground armaments did not need to know every detail of camp life. They required only output. Contracts were signed. Quotas were set. The SS provided the workforce, prisoners leased as expendable units. Human beings became inventory. If a worker died, another arrived. The mortality rate in Gusen II rose sharply. Men collapsed inside tunnels from exhaustion. Injuries from falling rock went untreated. Those too weak to continue were sent back to overcrowded barracks. where many died of starvation or disease. Some were transferred to Mauthausen for execution. Others disappeared into records marked with bureaucratic phrases that concealed deliberate neglect. Executions continued within the camp complex. Hanging posts stood as reminders. Punishments were administered for minor infractions. Slowing pace, speaking out of turn, failing to meet quotas. Capos enforced discipline with violence, themselves under pressure to maintain productivity. The underground factories eventually assembled components for advanced weapons, including parts for fighter aircraft and rockets. These projects symbolized technological ambition, yet they were built on skeletal labor. The contrast was stark. Engineering precision above, human collapse below. The SS referred to Gusen II as a labor camp, but its conditions rivaled extermination sites in lethality. The difference was method, not outcome. Death came from hunger, exhaustion, disease, and execution. A steady drip rather than a single blow. Winter in the tunnels was damp and biting. Water seeped from stone walls. Clothing remained perpetually wet. Frost gathered at tunnel entrances. In summer, humidity suffocated. Air grew heavy with fumes and dust. Time inside the tunnels fractured. Prisoners lost track of days. Shifts blurred together. Some spoke of feeling buried alive, as if the mountain itself pressed down upon them. The psychological toll deepened as physical strength faded. And yet resistance flickered even here. Sabotage became one form of defiance. Small defects introduced into parts. Tools misplaced. Delays engineered subtly. These acts carried immense risk. Discovery meant execution. But some prisoners chose risk over silent compliance. Information circulated quietly. News of Allied advances filtered in through new arrivals and whispered exchanges. The idea that the Reich might fall began to feel less impossible. Hope, dangerous and fragile, returned in fragments. By late 1944 and early 1945, the situation deteriorated further. Evacuations from eastern camps flooded the Mauthausen Gusen system with tens of thousands more prisoners. Barracks overflowed beyond any previous level. Sanitation systems failed almost entirely. Corpses accumulated faster than crematoria could process them. Starvation intensified. Bread rations shrank. Soup thinned further. Men fought internally against despair as much as against hunger. Disease ran unchecked. Medical facilities were overwhelmed or indifferent. Those unable to work were often selected for transport or execution. As Allied forces approached Austria in spring 1945, the machinery of Gusen did not stop. Work continued in tunnels even as the Reich collapsed around it. Orders still arrived. Quotas still existed. Guards still enforced discipline. But cracks widened. Some SS personnel began to flee. Records were destroyed. Evidence was burned. Yet the physical infrastructure, tunnels, barracks, quarry steps, remained. The mountain could not be erased. When liberation came in early May 1945, American forces encountered scenes of extreme devastation. Survivors were emaciated beyond recognition. Many could not stand. Others wandered in shock. Bodies lay unburied in and around barracks. The underground factories stood silent. Inside those tunnels, the echo of forced labor lingered. Concrete floors bore marks of unfinished projects. Machinery halted mid-process. The industrial ambition that had driven expansion lay frozen in collapse. Gusen II and III revealed something profound about the Nazi system. They demonstrated that genocide did not always require gas chambers. It could operate through contracts, blueprints, schedules, and production lines. It could be embedded within economic planning and disguised as industrial necessity. The three Gusen camps together became one of the deadliest labor complexes in the entire Nazi camp network. Tens of thousands perished there. The exact numbers remain debated, but the scale of suffering is undeniable. And yet, memory survived. Survivors testified. Tunnels were documented. The connection between underground industry and human destruction became part of post-war reckoning. Trials examined the roles of SS officers and industrial partners. Not all faced justice. Some reintegrated quietly into post-war society. But the mountain remained. In the next chapter, we will examine the final months of Gusen in greater depth, the chaos of evacuation, the breakdown of order, and the liberation that revealed a system that had operated until its final hour. Chapter 4, Segment 1, Overcrowding and Collapse when the system began to break. By late 1944, the Gusen complex was no longer simply a labor camp system. It was becoming a trap. The war that had once expanded the camp network was now collapsing toward it. As the Red Army advanced through Poland and the Eastern Territories, camps further east were evacuated in haste. Prisoners were forced onto trains and death marches, pushed westward in brutal transfers designed to keep them from falling into Allied hands. Many died along the way. Those who survived arrived in places like Mauthausen and Gusen. They did not arrive as reinforcements. They arrived as living remnants. Gusen I, II, and III had already been operating at extreme capacity. Barracks designed for a few hundred men now held far more. Bunks meant for 2 held 4 or 5. The floor became sleeping space. Air grew stale and heavy with breath, sickness, and decay. Windows were broken or sealed. Ventilation barely functioned. Then the transports came. Train after train delivered skeletal figures from Auschwitz, Gross-Rosen, and other camps being dismantled. Many were already ill with typhus, dysentery, or pneumonia. Some could barely stand. Yet the system recorded them not as patients but as labor units. Overcrowding reached catastrophic levels. Sanitation collapsed almost completely. Latrines overflowed. Water supplies proved insufficient for the expanded population. Washing became rare. Clothing was never fully dry. Lice multiplied. Disease spread rapidly through packed barracks. Typhus began to move through the camp like a silent tide. Medical facilities, already inadequate, could not cope. The so-called infirmary functioned more as a waiting room for death than as a place of healing. Doctors within the SS system prioritized labor capacity over recovery. Prisoners too weak to work were often marked for transport, execution, or left unattended. Inside the tunnels of Gusen II, production continued. Underground factories still demanded quotas. Aircraft components still had to be assembled. Rock still had to be cleared. The Reich, even in collapse, required output.
Guards enforced pace.
Capos shouted orders. Whips cracked. But the workforce was disintegrating. Men fainted at their stations. Tools slipped from weakened hands. Accidents increased. Injuries went untreated. Each shift returned more prisoners unable to stand upright. Yet replacements were always available, newly arrived transports filling gaps left by the dead. This was attrition at scale. The SS system had been designed for expansion. It had not been designed for contraction. As the Reich shrank, the camp network swelled beyond manageable limits. Supplies dwindled. Food deliveries became irregular. Rations shrank further. Soup turned into cloudy water with scraps. Bread portions grew thinner. Meat, when it appeared at all, was rare. Caloric intake could not sustain the physical demands of underground construction and industrial assembly. Starvation intensified. Prisoners developed edema, swelling caused by severe malnutrition. Legs ballooned. Skin stretched and cracked. Muscles wasted away. Faces hollowed until eyes appeared too large for skulls. The term Muselmann circulated again, describing those who had entered the final stage of exhaustion, moving mechanically, detached, near death. The psychological environment deteriorated alongside the physical one. Rumors circulated constantly. Some spoke of Allied victories. Others feared mass execution before liberation. Uncertainty became another form of torment. Each day could bring evacuation orders, increased violence, or sudden selections. The SS leadership at Mauthausen and Gusen faced a dilemma. Should camps be evacuated deeper into the Reich? Should prisoners be marched westward? Or should evidence be destroyed and inmates eliminated? Conflicting orders flowed through the hierarchy. Some officers prepared for evacuation. Others focused on maintaining production as long as possible. Records were inconsistently kept. Documents were destroyed in batches. Fires burned late into the night. Inside the barracks, prisoners observed these signs. Guards appeared more anxious. Some spoke openly of the approaching Americans. Others became more brutal, as if determined to enforce authority to the final moment. Violence spiked in unpredictable bursts. Punishments grew harsher. Executions continued, and yet cracks widened. Some SS personnel began quietly preparing to flee. Civilian contractors reduced their presence in underground facilities. Machinery shipments slowed. Rail lines were disrupted by bombing. The once precise rhythm of Gusen began to falter. In the tunnels, unfinished sections remained half-reinforced. Tools lay scattered. Production schedules slipped. Electricity flickered intermittently. Explosions from Allied bombing campaigns echoed faintly in the distance, a reminder that the world outside was shifting rapidly. Overcrowding made daily roll calls agonizing. Appellplatz assemblies stretched for hours as guards counted and recounted swelling numbers. Sick men stood upright through sheer will, terrified of collapsing under watchful eyes. Snow or rain-soaked uniforms. Wind cut through thin fabric. Those who fell risked being beaten or dragged aside. Corpses accumulated faster than crematoria could process them. Bodies were stacked near barracks, awaiting disposal. Smoke from crematorium chimneys thickened. Ash settled on nearby ground. The boundary between living and dead blurred. Some men slept beside corpses too weak to move them. Despite conditions, internal resistance did not vanish. Secret networks formed within national groups: Poles, Spaniards, French, Soviet prisoners. Information about Allied progress was exchanged cautiously. Small acts of solidarity continued. A hidden scrap of bread, a whispered warning, a shared blanket edge. Hope, though fragile, did not disappear entirely. By early 1945, the front lines were closing in on Austria. American forces advanced from the west. Soviet troops pushed from the east. The Reich's collapse was no longer theoretical. It was visible in disrupted supply chains and the increasingly frantic behavior of camp authorities. Gusen became both a labor camp and a waiting room, waiting for orders, waiting for evacuation, waiting for death, waiting for liberation. The SS attempted partial evacuations, sending some prisoners on forced marches toward other camps or into rural areas. These marches were deadly. Men collapsed from exhaustion or were shot for falling behind. Roads became lines of bodies stretching through Bavarian countryside. Yet not all were evacuated. Many remained inside Gusen as chaos deepened. Disease raged unchecked. Guards rotated irregularly. Authority fragmented. Some orders contradicted others. The administrative precision that had defined the camp in earlier years dissolved into confusion. And still, underground production persisted in fragments. It was as if the system could not imagine stopping, even when collapse was inevitable. Schedules remained posted. Tools were issued. Work details were assigned. But the human capacity to fulfill them was gone. As April 1945 approached, Gunfire from distant fronts became audible. Air traffic increased overhead. Bombing raids grew closer. Prisoners listened carefully to the sounds of war, interpreting each rumble as potential deliverance. The camp stood on a precipice. In the next segment, we will follow the final weeks inside Gusen, the attempted evacuations, the SS response to impending defeat, and the moment when American forces finally reached the gates of one of the deadliest labor complexes in the Nazi system. Chapter 4, Segment 2. Death Marches and Desperation, the Final Weeks of Gusen. By April 1945, the illusion of control inside Gusen was collapsing. The Third Reich was disintegrating on every front. Soviet forces were closing in from the east. American troops had crossed the Rhine and were advancing into southern Germany and Austria. Rail lines were bombed. Communications faltered. Orders arrived late, incomplete, or contradictory. Yet inside the Gusen camps, thousands of prisoners still woke before dawn to roll call, still marched to work details, still endured beatings for slowing down. The machinery of suffering continued, even as the state that built it began to crumble. The SS leadership at Mauthausen and its subcamps faced a critical question: what to do with the prisoners. They had been instructed repeatedly that inmates were not to fall into Allied hands. Evidence of crimes was to be destroyed. Camps were to be evacuated where possible. In practice, these directives translated into forced marches, chaotic, lethal evacuations that would later be known simply as death marches. Orders came down to begin transferring prisoners from various subcamps attached to Gusen. Columns were formed with little preparation. Men who could barely stand were forced into lines. Those too sick to move were often left behind to die or were shot outright. Guards carried rifles, dogs barked, and the columns began moving along rural roads. Food was almost non-existent. Prisoners marched for days with minimal rations, a crust of bread, perhaps a ladle of thin soup at night. Many had already been starving for months. Now they were expected to cover long distances through cold rain and early spring winds. Shoes disintegrated. Feet bled. Clothing hung loosely on skeletal frames. When men fell, guards sometimes allowed them a moment to rise. Often they did not. Eyewitness accounts later described bodies left in ditches, in forests, along railway tracks. The marches were not carefully organized military retreats. They were desperate attempts to remove witnesses. Some groups were directed toward other camps deeper inside Austria. Others wandered aimlessly when routes were blocked by advancing troops. Inside Gusen itself, those who remained sensed the shift. Fewer guards appeared at certain posts. Some SS personnel packed personal belongings. Trucks were loaded. Files were burned in batches behind administrative buildings. Smoke drifted into the air not only from crematoria but from offices attempting to destroy records. Yet not all documentation vanished. The scale of the system was too large, the collapse too rapid. Many records were incomplete or hastily destroyed. Some evidence remained scattered in barracks, workshops, and underground tunnels. Within the tunnels of Gusen II, production slowed dramatically. Electricity faltered more frequently. Machinery broke down without replacement parts. Civilian technicians disappeared. Air grew thicker, unventilated sections damp and suffocating. Prisoners who had once been forced to work at relentless pace now waited idly at times, uncertain whether new tasks would arrive. The sudden gaps in routine were almost more frightening than the old brutality. Rumors spread faster than ever. Some prisoners whispered that American troops were days away. Others feared the camp would be blown up to erase evidence. The tunnels themselves inspired dread. They had been carved into the mountain to produce weapons. Could they become mass graves? In some areas, SS guards increased violence, as if attempting to reassert authority. Beatings intensified. Random punishments were carried out. Prisoners suspected of organizing resistance were singled out. Executions continued, but discipline among the guards was visibly eroding. Some SS men drank heavily. Others argued openly about orders. A few attempted to present a more controlled image, aware that capture by Allied forces might lead to prosecution. The once uniform facade of absolute power fractured into individual anxieties. Inside the barracks, prisoners prepared in quiet ways. Secret committees, formed by political prisoners over previous years, met cautiously. Spanish Republicans, Polish resistance members, Soviet prisoners, and others had maintained networks despite surveillance. Now they discussed how to prevent chaos if the SS fled. They feared uncontrolled violence, looting, revenge killings, or internal collapse. Their goal was survival through transition. The sick lay in overcrowded infirmaries, many beyond help. Typhus raged. Lice covered clothing. Medical supplies were nearly gone. Prisoner doctors did what they could with scraps of cloth and improvised disinfectants, but the scale of disease overwhelmed them. Corpses accumulated again. Crematoria still operated, but fuel was scarce. In some instances, bodies were buried hastily in shallow graves. The smell of decay lingered across sections of the camp. Meanwhile, small groups of prisoners continued to be marched out in evacuation attempts. Not all marches succeeded. Some were intercepted by advancing Allied units. Others dissolved when guards fled, abandoning columns mid-route. Each rumor of liberation carried both hope and danger. Prisoners feared last-minute massacres. At other camps in the Reich, SS personnel had executed inmates shortly before liberation. Would Gusen follow the same path? As American forces pushed deeper into Upper Austria, artillery sounds became audible. Airplanes roared overhead. Explosions echoed in valleys. Guards listened nervously. Prisoners counted days, sometimes hours. Then, abruptly, control weakened further. Certain watchtowers were left unmanned for periods of time. Barbed wire fences remained intact, but the vigilance behind them diminished. Some SS personnel disappeared entirely, shedding uniforms and attempting to blend into civilian populations. Yet others remained until the final hours. On the morning of early May 1945, tension reached its peak. Conflicting reports circulated. American troops were nearby. The SS planned to execute remaining prisoners. Negotiations were underway. For those inside Gusen, time seemed suspended. Men too weak to stand lay on bunks listening to distant gunfire. Others gathered quietly in barracks, ready to move if gates opened. Some still feared a final order to march. The underground tunnels, once sites of relentless labor, grew eerily silent. Production had effectively ceased. Machinery stood idle. The roar that had filled the mountain for months faded into an unsettling quiet. And then, as in so many camps across the collapsing Reich, the end came suddenly. In the next segment, we will witness the moment of liberation at Gusen, the arrival of American forces, the condition in which they found the camp, and the immediate aftermath as survivors emerged from one of the deadliest labor complexes in the Nazi system. Chapter 4, Segment 3, Liberation and Reckoning, the End of Gusen. In the first days of May 1945, the world that had defined Gusen began to dissolve. For years, the rhythm of the camp had been unchanging sirens, roll calls, shouted orders, boots on gravel, the distant echo of stone breaking or machines grinding in tunnels. Even suffering had followed a schedule. But now the structure that had enforced that schedule was collapsing. American armored units were advancing rapidly through Upper Austria. Reports filtered into the Mauthausen complex that U.S. forces were only kilometers away. Some SS personnel fled during the night, discarding uniforms, attempting to pass as civilians. Others remained at posts, uncertain whether to hold position, negotiate, or disappear. Inside Gusen, prisoners sensed that something irreversible was unfolding. On May 5, 1945, American troops from the 11th Armored Division reached the Mauthausen camp complex, including its subcamps such as Gusen. They had not anticipated the scale of what they would find. What lay behind the fences was not a military facility in retreat, but a human catastrophe still in motion. When U.S. soldiers entered Gusen, the first impression was not noise but silence. Many prisoners were too weak to shout or cheer. They stood motionless, skeletal figures in striped uniforms, watching cautiously as unfamiliar uniforms crossed the perimeter. Some crawled forward. Others simply stared, unsure whether this was another deception. The Americans saw emaciated bodies, sunken eyes, shaved heads, limbs reduced to bone. They saw barracks crammed beyond capacity. They saw piles of corpses that had not yet been removed. They saw men lying in bunks too weak to rise. The smell lingered everywhere, a mixture of sickness, decay, and unwashed bodies. For the soldiers trained for combat, the confrontation with mass starvation and disease was jarring. They expected resistance, perhaps a final skirmish. Instead, they found overwhelming evidence of systematic neglect and deliberate cruelty. Some SS guards had already fled. Others were captured on sight. A number were taken into custody by American troops, disarmed and detained within the same grounds they had once controlled. Liberation, however, did not mean immediate safety. Typhus and other infectious diseases were rampant. Medical officers quickly recognized the danger. Quarantine measures were established. Emergency medical teams were called in. Food supplies were distributed cautiously, as doctors understood that severely malnourished bodies could not tolerate large portions. The risk of refeeding syndrome was real and deadly. American field kitchens set up operations near the camp. Bread, soup, and canned rations were handed out in controlled amounts. Prisoners who had dreamed for years of eating freely were now told to take only small portions. For many, this restraint was heartbreaking, yet essential. Military doctors walked through barracks, making rapid assessments. Those in critical condition were prioritized. Makeshift hospitals were organized within former camp buildings. Blankets were distributed. Clothing was replaced where possible. But not all could be saved. In the days following liberation, many prisoners died despite assistance. Their bodies had endured years of starvation, disease, forced labor, and violence. Liberation came too late for thousands. Meanwhile, American officers began documenting what they found. Photographs were taken of barracks interiors, of crematoria structures, of underground tunnels at Gusen II, where forced labor had produced weapons beneath the earth. Lists were compiled of surviving prisoners. Interrogations of captured SS personnel began. The underground tunnels drew particular attention. U.S. soldiers entered spaces carved by prisoners under unimaginable conditions. Long, damp corridors where V-2 rockets and aircraft components had been assembled. They saw the vast scale of the engineering effort and the human cost embedded in its walls. Here, technology and terror had been fused. Investigators quickly realized that Gusen had been far more than a minor subcamp. It was a central node in the Nazi war economy, with a mortality rate so high that historians would later identify it as one of the deadliest labor complexes in the entire concentration camp system. For the survivors, liberation brought complicated emotions. Some wept openly. Others remained numb. Years of conditioning had taught them to expect sudden violence. Even with American troops present, some flinched at loud noises or shouted commands. Political prisoner groups who had formed secret committees during captivity now stepped forward to assist in organizing internal order. They helped identify fellow inmates by nationality, assisted medical teams with translation, and provided information about the camp structure. Among the liberated were men from dozens of countries: Poles, Soviets, French, Italians, Spaniards, Germans, Jews from across Europe, and many others. The camp that had attempted to erase identities now revealed its international scope. Outside the camp, local civilians began to confront what had existed near their communities. American authorities often required nearby residents to visit the camp to witness conditions firsthand. For some civilians, the sight of skeletal survivors and mass graves shattered claims of ignorance. For others, denial persisted. In the weeks following liberation, attention turned toward accountability. The Mauthausen complex, including Gusen, became the subject of U.S. military investigations. Evidence was gathered. Witness testimonies were recorded. Surviving prisoners described forced labor in quarries, executions, starvation policies, beatings, and underground production systems. Later, during the Mauthausen trials held by American military tribunals, former SS guards and officials were prosecuted. Testimony from Gusen survivors played a crucial role in establishing patterns of abuse and responsibility. Not all perpetrators were captured. Some disappeared into post-war chaos, but a number were convicted and sentenced. For the survivors, however, justice could never fully restore what had been lost. Families had vanished. Homes were destroyed. Communities across Europe had been shattered. Many survivors faced the difficult path of repatriation or emigration. Some returned to countries now under new political regimes. Others sought new lives in distant lands. The physical structures of Gusen did not entirely survive as intact memorials. After the war, parts of the site were repurposed or dismantled. Residential buildings eventually rose in areas once defined by barracks. The tunnels remained, but access was limited. Over time, the full story of Gusen risked fading behind the more widely known name of Mauthausen. Yet historians and survivor organizations worked to preserve memory. Research uncovered the staggering death toll. Tens of thousands of lives lost at Gusen alone. The camp's classification as a Grade 3 facility for prisoners deemed irredeemable underscored the regime's intent: destruction through labor. Gusen had not been built as a spontaneous site of cruelty. It had been planned, expanded, industrialized. Its liberation revealed the final stage of a system that functioned until the last days of the Reich. The American soldiers who walked through its gates carried images they would remember for life. The survivors who walked out carried scars, visible and invisible, that would define their futures. Gusen's story does not end with liberation. In the next chapter, we will step back to examine how the Gusen camps were constructed in the first place, how economic ambition, ideological hatred, and bureaucratic planning combined to create one of the most lethal forced labor complexes in Nazi-occupied Europe. Chapter 5, Segment 1. The Origins of Expansion: Why Gusen Became 3 Camps. When Gusen I was first established in 1940, it was not yet envisioned as a sprawling tri-camp complex. It began as an extension, a satellite built to serve the granite quarries near Mauthausen. The SS needed stone, and they needed it cheaply. Prisoners would provide both labor and expendability. But as the war expanded and Germany's military ambitions deepened, Gusen would evolve from a quarry camp into something far larger, something that required not 1 camp, but 3. The decision to expand Gusen into multiple sections was not driven by compassion or overcrowding concerns. It was driven by demand. By 1942, Germany was locked into a war that was no longer advancing as planned. The Eastern Front consumed men and material at a staggering rate. Allied bombing campaigns intensified. The Reich's leadership realized that survival would depend on total industrial mobilization. Every resource had to be exploited. Every human body had to be used. Within the SS economic apparatus, concentration camps were no longer merely sites of punishment or ideological cleansing. They were becoming labor reservoirs. The SS leadership, particularly under Oswald Pohl's economic and administrative main office, formalized the integration of camps into the war economy. Camps would supply forced labor to private companies, state industries, and armaments projects. The prisoners would work until exhaustion, then be replaced. Gusen, located near Mauthausen but already operating with high mortality, proved an ideal testing ground. Its proximity to industrial sites and rail connections made it strategically useful. Its existing brutality meant that the system of control was already normalized. Guards were accustomed to extreme violence. Administrative systems were in place. The infrastructure, however, would need to expand. By 1943, air raids over Germany intensified. Military planners began relocating key weapons production underground, beyond the reach of Allied bombers. Massive tunnel projects were initiated across occupied territories. Engineers sought mountainous terrain or stable geological formations where factories could be hidden beneath rock. The granite hills around Gusen offered precisely that. The SS, working in coordination with armaments authorities, approved new construction projects in the area. These projects would require thousands of additional laborers, not temporarily, but continuously. The original Gusen I camp could not contain the growing prisoner population nor support the scale of the underground expansion. Thus began the transformation. Gusen I would remain the administrative core, but plans were drawn for additional sections. Gusen II emerged in 1944 as the central hub for underground armaments production. Gusen III followed soon after, smaller in scale but connected to the larger system. Each section had distinct functions, yet all operated under a unified command structure tied to Mauthausen. The expansion was methodical. Prisoners were forced to construct their own additional camps. Barracks were erected quickly and crudely. Sanitation systems were inadequate from the outset. As new transports arrived, political prisoners, Jews, Soviet POWs, resistance fighters from across Europe, the population density surged beyond intended limits. Gusen II, in particular, represented a shift in purpose. No longer centered solely on quarry labor, it focused on tunnel excavation and later on the assembly of advanced weapons, including components for the Messerschmitt Me 262 jet fighter. Prisoners carved vast underground halls from solid rock, often working around the clock in shifts. Air was thick with dust and fumes. Lighting was minimal. Ventilation was poor. Accidents were frequent and often fatal. The SS classified Gusen prisoners as especially undesirable, men deemed unfit for re-education. Mortality was not an unintended consequence. It was anticipated and accepted as part of production. Gusen III, established near Linz, functioned partly as a storage and supply area, but also housed prisoners engaged in forced labor connected to the broader complex. Though smaller, it was no less brutal. Conditions mirrored those of the other sections: starvation rations, overcrowded barracks, relentless labor. As the camps multiplied, so did administrative layers. Records tracked labor output rather than human survival. Quotas were assigned. Work details were reorganized based on physical capacity. Those who weakened were transferred back to Gusen I or sent to other sections where survival chances diminished further. The SS did not consider these expansions temporary wartime measures. They envisioned a long-term industrial network sustained by forced labor. Even as Germany's military situation deteriorated in 1944, construction continued. Underground factories were prioritized. The assumption remained that technological innovation and relentless production could reverse battlefield losses. Inside the camps, prisoners recognized the change in scale. New arrivals described shock at the vastness of the tunnels. Old prisoners noted that the brutality intensified alongside expansion. Guards felt increased pressure to meet production targets. Violence became more arbitrary. Executions were used to maintain fear. The three-camp system blurred boundaries. Prisoners were transferred between sections depending on labor needs. A man might begin in Gusen I's quarry, move to Gusen II's tunnels, and end in a barrack at Gusen III. Each transfer brought new risks, new overseers, new punishments, new exhaustion. As 1944 turned to 1945, evacuation transports from other collapsing camps flooded into the Mauthausen Gusen complex. Population numbers swelled again, straining already catastrophic conditions. Food rations diminished further. Disease spread. Yet production demands did not ease. The expansion into Gusen I, II, and III reveals something critical about the Nazi camp system. These were not static sites. They were adaptable. When one purpose shifted from quarry to weapons, infrastructure shifted with it. When bombing threatened factories, camps became underground industrial centers. The system evolved to meet strategic needs, even at the cost of tens of thousands of lives. Gusen did not expand because it was efficient in preserving prisoners. It expanded because it was efficient in consuming them. In the next segment, we will step inside Gusen II's underground world, the tunnels where technology and terror merged, and where forced labor reached one of its most lethal extremes. Chapter 5, Segment 2, Beneath the Mountain, Gusen II and the Underground Factories. By the time Gusen II was fully operational in 1944, the war above ground was turning decisively against Nazi Germany. Allied bombers roared over industrial cities. Rail lines were shattered. Oil refineries burned. Entire factories vanished in clouds of smoke. The Reich's promise of unstoppable expansion was collapsing under relentless aerial assault. But beneath the granite hills near Gusen, another world was being carved, one the Nazis believed bombs could not reach. Gusen II was not simply an addition to an existing camp. It was conceived as a shielded industrial organism. Its core purpose was underground production. Prisoners were driven into massive tunnel systems blasted directly into the mountain. These tunnels, part of the project known as Burgerstall, would house assembly lines for advanced aircraft, including components for the Messerschmitt Me 262, the jet fighter that German leadership hoped might shift the war's trajectory. To build these tunnels, prisoners worked in shifts that blurred day and night. Explosives shattered rock. Dust filled lungs. Ventilation systems lagged far behind the pace of excavation. The air inside the mountain was thick, metallic, suffocating. Electric lights flickered against damp stone walls. Water pooled along the floors. Noise echoed endlessly, drilling, hammering, shouting, coughing. Unlike open quarries where sky remained visible, the tunnels erased all sense of time. Prisoners described a disorienting existence underground. There was no horizon, no sunlight, no seasons. Only stone, machinery, and exhaustion. Labor details were organized with precision. Stronger prisoners were assigned to drilling and heavy lifting. Others hauled debris in carts along narrow-gauge rails. Some were transferred to assembly lines once the chambers were expanded enough to house production equipment. Each task carried risk: collapsing ceilings, falling rock, malfunctioning machinery. Accidents were frequent and often fatal. But accidents were only part of the mortality. Rations in Gusen II were catastrophically inadequate for the intensity of the labor. Thin soup, scraps of bread, occasional margarine, calories insufficient even for survival at rest, let alone for quarrying mountains and assembling aircraft. Starvation hollowed faces, weakened muscles, blurred vision. Men staggered beneath loads they once might have lifted easily. Guards watched for signs of slowing. Those who faltered were beaten. Gusen II operated with ruthless efficiency. Work output was measured carefully. Quotas were enforced. Engineers and SS overseers collaborated to maximize productivity. The prisoners' physical deterioration was treated as an obstacle to be managed rather than a tragedy to be avoided. Replacement transports ensured a constant supply of labor. When a worker collapsed beyond recovery, another stepped into his place. Medical facilities inside Gusen II were minimal and often symbolic. The infirmary did not exist to heal, it existed to sort. Those deemed capable of returning to work were pushed back into tunnels. Those considered too weak were transferred to Gusen I or selected for execution. Survival depended on concealment of illness for as long as possible. The underground complex expanded rapidly. By late 1944, vast chambers stretched deep beneath the hills. Machinery was installed. Aircraft fuselages took shape under electric lamps. Technicians and civilian specialists supervised production lines that depended entirely on coerced labor. The contrast was stark. Advanced engineering powered by bodies that were starving. Secrecy intensified as the project grew. Gusen II became one of the Reich's most guarded industrial sites. Allied intelligence suspected underground facilities but rarely grasped their scale. Prisoners were forbidden from speaking about the tunnels beyond assigned areas. Movement between sections was tightly controlled. Even within the camp system, knowledge was compartmentalized. Yet whispers circulated among inmates. Some understood that they were building machines designed to prolong the war that imprisoned them. Others simply focused on surviving one shift at a time. The psychological burden was immense, constructing instruments of destruction while living under constant threat of death. Winter inside the tunnels brought a new dimension of suffering. Cold air seeped through rock. Dampness chilled bones already weakened by malnutrition. Pneumonia spread. Coughing echoed along the stone corridors. Bodies thinned further. Guards grew more volatile as production pressures increased. The pace never slowed. As 1945 approached, Germany's situation deteriorated rapidly. Cities fell. Soviet forces advanced in the east. American and British troops pressed from the west. Yet underground production continued almost until liberation. Orders from Berlin demanded persistence. Faith in miracle weapons lingered in the highest circles of leadership. Inside Gusen II, prisoners could sense that the war was shifting, but hope remained dangerous. Rumors of advancing armies circulated cautiously. Some dared to believe liberation might come before total exhaustion claimed them. Others had learned not to trust distant promises. The tunnel complex represented one of the most extreme examples of the Nazi fusion between industry and incarceration. It was not a camp hidden beside a factory. It was a factory that was itself a camp. The boundary between production floor and prison barrack dissolved entirely. Mortality in Gusen II rivaled the worst sights in the camp system. Starvation, overwork, execution, disease, all converged within confined underground space. The mountain consumed strength day by day. Thousands would never see the sky again. Yet even in that darkness, fragments of solidarity survived. Prisoners sometimes shared information quietly, warnings about brutal overseers, strategies to conserve strength, methods to slow work without attracting attention. In rare moments, tools were sabotaged subtly, components misaligned just enough to cause failure later. These acts were perilous and often invisible, but they reflected an ongoing refusal to become entirely mechanical. As the front lines drew closer in spring 1945, chaos began creeping into administrative routines. Supply lines faltered. Guards became more anxious.
Évacuation, discussion, circulated.
The tunnels, once symbols of permanence, began to feel unstable. Not physically, but politically. The mountain had hidden suffering from aerial view. Could not hide it forever. In the next segment, we will examine how Gusen III fit into this expanding complex. and how the final months transformed all three camps into sites of accelerated death as the Reich collapsed around them. Chapter 5, Segment 3, Gusen III, Expansion, Fragmentation, and the Final Phase. By the time Gusen III emerged as the third major section of the complex, the structure of terror had already hardened into routine. Gusen I had begun as a brutal quarry camp. Gusen II had descended underground, carving factories into stone. Gusen III, however, represented something slightly different. Not a single massive compound, but a dispersed extension of the same lethal logic. It was expansion under pressure. As Allied bombing intensified and German industry struggled to survive, the SS leadership made a decision that would reshape the camp network. Disperse production, multiply sites, fragment labor forces into smaller, harder-to-target units. Gusen III was part of this late-war decentralization. It functioned less as a standalone camp and more as an attached system of subcamps feeding directly into armaments and engineering projects tied to the Mauthausen complex. If Gusen I was stone and Gusen II was tunnels, Gusen III was fragmentation. Prisoners assigned to Gusen III were often transported to smaller industrial sites scattered across Upper Austria. Workshops, repair depots, storage facilities, and construction zones became extensions of the main camp. Barbed wire might be thinner, guard towers fewer, but the conditions did not soften. In some ways, they worsened. Because Gusen III sites were smaller and less visible, oversight fluctuated. Some locations were controlled directly by SS units. Others relied heavily on civilian foremen or military supervisors. The result was inconsistent but frequently extreme brutality. Without the rigid structure of a large compound, violence could become more arbitrary. Prisoners in Gusen III were commonly assigned to repair work for damaged military equipment, construction of defensive positions, railway maintenance, or continued support for underground production projects connected to Gusen II. As Germany's infrastructure collapsed under bombardment, these tasks grew increasingly desperate. The labor demanded was relentless. Rail lines had to be cleared quickly. Factories required immediate reconstruction after air raids. Temporary shelters for displaced military units had to be built. There was no margin for exhaustion, no allowance for illness. Every delay was treated as sabotage. Food supplies by 1944 and early 1945 had deteriorated dramatically across the entire Mauthausen system. In Gusen III, rations were often even smaller than in the primary camps. Distribution depended on local supply chains already strained by military defeat. Bread was thinner, soup more watery, protein nearly non-existent. Starvation deepened. Prisoners described a constant dizziness, a hollowing sensation in the limbs. Muscles twitched involuntarily. Vision blurred at the edges. Yet daily marches to work continued.
Guards monitored pace.
Those who lagged were beaten or publicly humiliated as examples. Disease followed hunger. Typhus spread easily in overcrowded barracks. Dysentery became common where sanitation collapsed. Many Gusen III subcamps lacked even minimal medical facilities. Infected prisoners were often sent back to Gusen I or II if transport was possible, or left to deteriorate where they lay. By early 1945, the distinction between the three Gusens began to blur. Evacuations from other camps pushed new transports into the Mauthausen network. Prisoners from eastern territories arrived after forced marches in catastrophic condition. Barracks filled beyond capacity. Work detachments swelled. Gusen III's scattered sites absorbed some of this overflow. The result was compression. More bodies, fewer resources, greater tension. Guard behavior reflected the Reich's unraveling. Some SS personnel became more volatile, enforcing discipline with heightened cruelty. Others grew withdrawn, uncertain of their own future. Rumors of advancing American troops circulated among prisoners first as whispers, then as cautious hope. Executions increased in these final months. Prisoners accused of sabotage, theft of food, or resistance were sometimes hanged publicly. In certain Gusen III locations, shootings occurred with little formal procedure. The regime's facade of administrative order began to fracture. Violence became reactive. Yet within this chaos, resistance persisted. Communication between Gusen I, II, and III prisoners continued through covert channels. Information passed along work details. News of Allied advances, though incomplete, strengthened morale. Some prisoners subtly damaged equipment or slowed repair efforts without attracting immediate suspicion. These acts were small. A misaligned component, a delayed bolt, a hidden tool, but in a system built on precision, even minor disruptions mattered. As April 1945 approached, the collapse accelerated. Supply trains ceased arriving regularly. Civilian supervisors fled some industrial sites. Guards discussed evacuation orders openly. In certain Gusen III subcamps, preparations began for forced marches back toward central Austria. Prisoners understood what that meant. They had heard stories of death marches from elsewhere, columns of skeletal men driven across countryside, shot if they fell. Fear intensified, but so did anticipation. On May 5, 1945, American forces reached the Mauthausen Gusen complex. Liberation unfolded unevenly across the network. Some Gusen III sites were abandoned by guards hours before Allied arrival. Others saw brief confrontations. Prisoners emerged from barracks into daylight that many had not seen freely in years. The scattered nature of Gusen III meant that liberation felt fragmented. There was no single gate flung open, no central courtyard moment. Instead, it was a series of encounters. American soldiers stepping into workshops, rail yards, storage depots, finding survivors in varied states of collapse. What they encountered was staggering. Emaciated bodies, makeshift infirmaries filled beyond capacity, piles of the dead awaiting burial, records partially destroyed, partially intact. The machinery of production still standing, though silent. Gusen III, like its sister camps, had functioned until nearly the last possible hour. In the aftermath, the scale of mortality across the Gusen complex became clearer. Historians would later conclude that Gusen I, II, and III together formed one of the deadliest labor systems within the entire Nazi camp network. The integration of quarry work, underground armament production, and dispersed industrial repair created a multi-layered mechanism of attrition. Not a single explosion, not a single moment, but erosion. Erosion of muscle, of hope, of breath. Gusen III demonstrated how terror could expand beyond fences, how a camp could become an industrial web stretching into surrounding towns and hills. It showed that the boundary between factory and prison could disappear entirely when labor itself became punishment. Today, the physical traces of Gusen III are harder to locate than the central campgrounds. Industrial buildings were repurposed. Land was rebuilt. Roads laid over old foundations. The fragmentation that defined its operation now defines its memory. But the story remains essential, because Gusen III completes the picture. Gusen I revealed the brutality of stone. Gusen II buried labor underground. Gusen III scattered it across the landscape, proving that the system did not depend on walls alone. It depended on coordination, on compliance, on the belief that some lives were expendable in service of production. And when that belief took hold, an entire region could be transformed into a machine. In the next chapter, we will examine how the Gusen complex fit within the broader Mauthausen system, and how administrative decisions at the highest levels ensured that death through labor remained policy until the very end. Chapter 6, Segment 1, Integration into the Mauthausen system, bureaucracy as architecture of death. By the time the 3 Gusen camps were fully operational, they were no longer isolated extensions of brutality. They had become inseparable components of a vast administrative organism centered on Mauthausen, a system in which geography mattered less than paperwork, and where decisions made in offices hundreds of miles away translated directly into exhaustion, starvation, and death, because Gusen I, II, and III did not function independently but were absorbed into a centralized SS structure that calculated labor capacity, transport schedules, food allocation, punishment procedures, and mortality rates with the same cold precision applied to industrial output. And within this framework, the camp was not merely a physical site but a node in a bureaucratic network that connected quarry production, underground weapons assembly, railway logistics, armaments contracts, and military planning into one coordinated mechanism whose fuel was human labor. The Inspectorate of Concentration Camps, later integrated into the SS Economic and Administrative Main Office, oversaw this network with layered reporting systems that transformed prisoners into numerical categories: political, Jewish, Soviet prisoner of war, a social, resistance suspect, each designation carrying implications for work assignments, rations, housing, and life expectancy. And in the Gusen complex, these classifications determined who would descend into the granite quarries, who would carve tunnels for secret rocket production, who would repair damaged equipment at scattered Gusen III sites, and who would be deemed expendable when output slowed. Integration meant standardization, and standardization meant that brutality became procedural rather than impulsive, so that guards followed directives tied to productivity charts, capos enforced quotas under threat of replacement, and camp doctors submitted reports not solely on illness but on labor capacity, calculating whether a prisoner's weakened body could still be exploited or should be transferred to the infirmary, which often functioned less as a hospital than as a waiting room for death. The link between Gusen and Mauthausen also ensured constant movement of prisoners across the complex, with transfers occurring to balance labor needs or to conceal mortality spikes, creating a circulation system in which individuals disappeared into different sections without warning, severing fragile support networks that had allowed them to survive another week, another month. Supply chains further demonstrate how integration deepens suffering, for rations were distributed according to centrally determined scales that already bordered on starvation even in ideal conditions, and as the war strained Germany's resources, reductions were applied uniformly across the network, meaning that when shortages hit Mauthausen, they hit Gusen simultaneously, leaving men across all 3 camps sharing the same watery soup and shrinking bread portions. Their bodies thinning in parallel as if the system itself were measuring their decline. Meanwhile, industrial contracts tied to the Reich's war economy made Gusen indispensable, particularly once Allied bombing forced relocation of aircraft and rocket production underground, and this economic importance paradoxically intensified cruelty because the SS leadership viewed prisoners not as individuals but as replaceable components in a production model. So when exhaustion claimed thousands, new transports arrived from occupied territories, keeping the labor pipeline full while mortality remained hidden behind accounting sheets. Administrative meetings at the regional level discussed tonnage of stone extracted, meters of tunnel completed, aircraft parts assembled, and workforce strength, but rarely addressed the human cost except insofar as it affected output, revealing a chilling efficiency in which death was neither accidental nor necessarily dramatic but embedded within routine calculations. Even discipline procedures reflected integration, as punishment categories were standardized. Standing cells, beatings, forced labor details designed for attrition, ensuring that what happened in Gusen mirrored what happened elsewhere in the Mauthausen system, reinforcing a culture where cruelty was not deviation but expectation. As 1944 progressed and evacuations from eastern camps funneled additional prisoners into the network, central administrators attempted to rebalance overcrowding by reallocating bodies across Gusen I, II, and III, but the sheer volume overwhelmed infrastructure, leading to barracks crammed beyond capacity and sanitation systems collapsing in synchrony across sections, further proving that integration amplified rather than mitigated catastrophe. because when one node faltered, the strain radiated outward. And yet, within this administrative machine, cracks appeared as defeat loomed, communications slowed, supply shipments faltered, and directives grew contradictory, exposing how dependent the system was on coordinated control. But until those final months, integration had functioned with ruthless effectiveness, demonstrating that the deadliest aspect of Gusen was not merely the quarry or the tunnels, but the invisible web of orders, memos, and reports that sustained them, a web that transformed ordinary bureaucratic mechanisms, forms, signatures, schedules into instruments of destruction, proving that the camp's power did not rest solely in barbed wire and watchtowers, but in the normalization of a system where human beings were reduced to inventory, distributed like materials, and consumed in service of an empire collapsing under its own violence. And in understanding this integration, we begin to see how Gusen was not an aberration on the margins, but a central pillar in a coordinated structure designed to extract every possible ounce of labor before allowing life to extinguish, a system that reveals how modern administration, when severed from moral restraint, can convert organization itself into a weapon. Chapter 6, Segment 2: Collapse of Supply and the Acceleration of Death. As the war turned decisively against Nazi Germany in late 1944 and early 1945, the carefully calibrated administrative machine that had sustained Gusen I, II, and III began to fracture. Yet instead of easing suffering, this collapse intensified it, because a system built on exploitation did not know how to wind down. It only knew how to consume until nothing remained. And when railway lines were bombed, fuel became scarce, and food shipments dwindled, the shortages did not result in relief from labor but in harsher quotas enforced upon bodies already reduced to skin and bone. The underground tunnels at Gusen II, carved into the hills for aircraft and rocket production, continued to demand output even as air raids thundered across the Reich, and prisoners, many newly transferred from camps evacuated in the east, were pushed into shifts that blurred day and night, their lungs filled with dust, their muscles trembling from malnutrition, while guards, increasingly aware of Germany's impending defeat, grew more volatile, sometimes brutal in rage, sometimes indifferent in exhaustion, yet always bound to a routine that insisted work must continue. Integration with the broader Mauthausen system meant that as supply convoys failed to arrive, ration reductions were issued across the complex, transforming starvation from chronic condition into acute crisis, and barracks already overcrowded became sites of epidemic disease, as typhus and dysentery spread through lice-infested clothing and contaminated water, while medical staff, lacking medicine and often acting as instruments of selection rather than healing, recorded deaths with mechanical efficiency, their ledgers filling as rapidly as graves. The collapse of infrastructure also exposed how dependent the camps had been on external provisioning. For once trains faltered, waste removal slowed, sanitation systems broke down, and latrines overflowed, turning living quarters into breeding grounds for infection. Yet, despite these visible signs of disintegration, production targets were rarely adjusted downward, revealing a lethal paradox. The closer the Reich came to defeat, the more ruthlessly it extracted the last reserves of labor from prisoners whose bodies could no longer sustain the demand. Meanwhile, transports from Auschwitz, Gross-Rosen, and other eastern camps poured into the Mauthausen network as the Red Army advanced, and Gusen's population swelled beyond all logistical limits. Men sleeping in shifts on wooden bunks or directly on floors, their ribs protruding beneath striped uniforms, their eyes hollowed by hunger, their identities reduced to numbers shouted during roll calls that lasted for hours in freezing wind or rain, and when some collapsed during these appels, guards sometimes forced others to prop them upright to maintain numerical accuracy. A grim ritual that revealed how statistics mattered more than life. The underground factories became suffocating chambers where ventilation failed, electricity flickered, and accidents multiplied. Yet any slowdown invited punishment, and prisoners described an atmosphere where time itself felt suspended, as if the war's larger drama existed beyond the tunnels while inside them only repetition endured. Drill, hall, Assemble, march, collapse, repeat. Gusen I's quarries, once central to camp identity, now operated alongside the tunnel complexes, and even as stone extraction waned in strategic importance, the labor details continued because the system had been built to function on relentless motion, and stopping would have required acknowledgement that the structure was failing. Administrators attempted emergency reallocations of food and clothing, but chaos undermined coordination, and favoritism, corruption, and theft among certain prisoner functionaries or guards further distorted distribution, deepening inequality within suffering, while outside the fences, rumors of approaching Allied forces circulated in whispers, offering flickers of hope that were quickly tempered by fear of what retreating SS units might do to erase evidence or eliminate witnesses. Executions increased in these final months, sometimes under pretext of sabotage, sometimes without clear reason, reflecting a regime oscillating between desperation and denial. And yet, even in collapse, paperwork persisted, reports still sent, orders still typed, signatures still affixed, as though bureaucratic ritual could preserve authority. Against the tide of defeat, the camp's very design, once a model of control, now became a trap, for overcrowded barracks amplified disease, food shortages amplified mortality, and the influx of weakened evacuees accelerated death rates beyond previous peaks, transforming Gusen into a site where bodies accumulated faster than they could be processed, crematoria overwhelmed, and burial pits dug hastily, their edges crumbling in winter soil. And through it all, the prisoners endured not only physical decline but psychological disorientation, sensing that liberation might be near yet unable to measure time against rumor. Each sunrise both promise and threat, as SS units debated evacuation plans that would soon lead to forced marches across a collapsing Reich. Thus, the collapse of supply did not mark a softening of terror but an acceleration of its consequences, because when a system designed for exploitation begins to fail, it does not gently release its victims, it grinds them harder in its final convulsions, and in Gusen's tunnels and quarries, amid the echoes of distant artillery and the silence of exhausted men. The end of the war did not arrive as immediate rescue but as a drawn-out intensification of hunger, disease, violence, and uncertainty, proving that the machinery of forced labor, once set in motion, continued to extract life until the very last possible hour, even as the empire it served was already collapsing into ruin. Chapter 6, Segment 3. The last weeks, chaos, evacuation, and the edge of liberation. By the spring of 1945, the world beyond the fences was collapsing at a speed the camp authorities could no longer ignore. Yet inside Gusen I, II, and III, the daily rhythm of commands, roll calls, and labor details continued with a strange, mechanical persistence, as though the system believed that routine alone could hold back defeat. And in those final weeks the camp entered its most unstable and dangerous phase, because uncertainty bred both panic and cruelty. Allied bombers roared overhead. More frequently, the thunder of artillery could sometimes be heard in the distance, and whispers spread among prisoners that American forces were moving through Austria. But rumor and reality rarely aligned inside the barbed wire, and every fragment of hope was shadowed by fear that the SS would evacuate the camp and force prisoners into death marches through the countryside. Preparations for such evacuations began quietly, with lists drawn up, transport routes discussed, and orders issued to destroy sensitive documents, yet the sheer scale of the Gusen complex, swollen by months of overcrowding and transfers from other camps, made orderly evacuation nearly impossible, and the administrative structure that had once coordinated labor assignments now struggled simply to maintain control over thousands of starving, sick, and exhausted men. Food supplies dwindled to almost nothing, watery soup reduced to thinner portions, bread rationed to fragments that barely sustained life, and disease, already rampant, accelerated in the overcrowded barracks where typhus and dysentery claimed victims daily, their bodies carried out at dawn to be stacked near crematoria that could no longer keep pace with mortality. Guards themselves appeared divided between hardened resolve and visible anxiety, some lashing out violently as discipline frayed, others retreating into sullen withdrawal, aware that the regime they served was unraveling. Executions increased in these final days, often justified as punishment for alleged sabotage or attempted escape, but frequently reflecting little more than fear-driven reprisal, as though killing witnesses might erase evidence of what had occurred within the tunnels and quarries. Underground production faltered as electricity failed intermittently and machinery broke down. Yet even when output became negligible, prisoners were still marched to worksites, ordered to stand at stations, to mimic productivity in a war that was already lost. An absurd theater of labor maintained until the last possible moment. In late April, chaos intensified as rumors hardened into fact. Allied troops were approaching rapidly, and the SS command faced a choice between evacuation and abandonment. Some transports were organized, groups of prisoners forced onto marches toward other camps, many collapsing along roadsides or shot when they could not continue, while others remained behind in Gusen, too weak to move or simply overlooked in the disarray. Records were burned, files shredded, yet the physical structures, the tunnels, the barracks, the quarries, could not be erased, and the scale of suffering was etched into the landscape itself. Within the barracks, prisoner resistance networks, which had quietly formed over years, shifted from survival planning to preparation for liberation, hiding documents, preserving testimony, attempting to maintain order to prevent looting or chaos that might invite violent reprisals. The final roll calls grew irregular, guards disappeared from posts, and the authority that had once seemed absolute began to evaporate into confusion. Then, in early May 1945, American forces entered the region, and as units approached the Mauthausen complex and its subcamps, including Gusen, they encountered scenes that defied comprehension. Skeletal survivors emerging from barracks, bodies lying unburied, the stench of decay hanging heavy in the spring air, and the vast underground tunnels that revealed how forced labor had been harnessed to feed the Nazi war machine. Liberation did not arrive as a single, triumphant moment but as a fragile transition from terror to uncertainty, for thousands were still gravely ill, many too weak to stand, and immediate relief was complicated by outbreaks of disease and the need to secure remaining guards and prevent further violence. The SS had attempted to flee or blend into civilian populations, but some were captured, and the machinery of accountability began slowly to turn. For survivors, liberation was both salvation and reckoning, a confrontation with the reality that many friends and comrades had not lived to see this day, that families remained scattered or lost, that the world they would return to had been irrevocably altered. And in the ruins of Gusen, amid abandoned watchtowers and silent quarries, the scale of what had occurred became visible in a way the regime had never intended, because despite attempts to burn papers and evacuate prisoners, the physical evidence endured, the tunnels carved by slave labor, the barracks etched with names, the graves that could not be hidden. The last weeks of Gusen thus reveal a truth about the collapse of systems built on cruelty. When authority fractures, suffering often intensifies before it ends, and the final chapter of terror can be as lethal as its beginning. Yet within that chaos also lies the emergence of testimony, as survivors carried forward memories that would inform post-war trials and historical reckoning, ensuring that Gusen I, II, and III would not vanish into obscurity. The collapse of the Reich did not erase the camp's existence, it exposed it, and in that exposure lay both horror and the first fragile step toward remembrance, as the barbed wire that once defined the perimeter gave way to open gates, and the machinery that had turned labor into death finally fell silent, leaving behind a landscape that testified to the endurance of those who survived and the lives of those who did not, a final, solemn reminder that even in the last frantic days of a dying regime, the consequences of its system were written in human bodies, and that liberation, when it came, arrived not only as military victory but as the beginning of an obligation to remember what had been done in the name of power and progress within the hidden depths of Gusen. Chapter 7, Segment 1. After Liberation, Survival, Shock, and the First Reckoning. When the gates of the Gusen camps finally fell silent in May 1945, liberation did not feel like celebration. It felt like disbelief, like stepping from one reality into another without understanding how the transition had happened. Because for years the barbed wire, the watchtowers, the shouted commands, and the endless rhythm of forced labor had defined existence so completely that freedom itself seemed almost abstract. American troops entering the complex encountered men who were barely alive, bodies reduced to bone and skin, eyes sunken but still alert, staring at soldiers who did not yet comprehend the scale of what they were witnessing, and the first hours after liberation were defined not by speeches or ceremony, but by urgent attempts to stabilize thousands on the edge of death. Medical teams quickly realized that starvation had altered bodies so severely that sudden abundance could be fatal, and the challenge became not simply feeding survivors but doing so carefully, preventing refeeding shock, containing typhus outbreaks, and creating makeshift hospitals in former barracks where disease had thrived. For many prisoners, liberation came too late, as weakened immune systems and untreated infections claimed lives even after the SS had fled, and death continued to hover in the background like a final echo of the camp's authority. At the same time, a wave of stunned silence settled over the surrounding countryside, as local civilians were confronted with the reality of what had existed near their homes, the smoke from crematoria no longer dismissible as rumor, the skeletal survivors walking through nearby villages impossible to ignore, and in some cases American commanders compelled local residents to witness the camp, to confront the bodies, the tunnels, the evidence that could not be explained away as distant propaganda. Inside Gusen I, II, and III, survivors began the fragile process of reasserting identity, reclaiming names that had been replaced by numbers, searching for comrades from other barracks, attempting to compile lists of the missing. And in these first days, resistance networks that had once operated in secrecy now became organizing committees, helping distribute food, maintain order, and prevent chaos that might have erupted from years of deprivation. Yet alongside relief came grief so vast it was difficult to articulate, because liberation did not return families, did not erase the years lost, did not undo the humiliation and terror that had shaped daily life. Many survivors had no homes to return to, entire communities destroyed, and the camp became a strange in-between space, neither prison nor fully free, a transitional landscape where the future was uncertain. American investigators moved quickly to document the site, photographing the tunnels carved by slave labor, the abandoned equipment, the piles of clothing and personal items, understanding that evidence would be essential in prosecuting those responsible, and for the first time the machinery of forced labor that had fed the Reich's weapons production was exposed not as industrial efficiency but as organized brutality. Interrogations of captured SS personnel began, some guards attempting to minimize their roles, others insisting they had merely followed orders, yet the physical condition of survivors contradicted any claim of humane administration, and testimony gathered in those early weeks would later form part of the legal record in war crimes trials. For the survivors themselves, testimony was both burden and duty, an obligation to speak for those who had died, even when recounting memories reopened wounds that had barely begun to close. Liberation also brought cultural and spiritual reckonings, as religious services were held among ruins, prayers offered for the dead, and small ceremonies marked the transition from captivity to uncertain freedom. Children and adolescents who had survived within the complex faced the additional challenge of learning what adulthood might mean in a world that had betrayed them so completely. The surrounding landscape, once defined by surveillance and confinement, now appeared vast and disorienting, and some survivors struggled to leave the campgrounds at all, as though stepping beyond the perimeter required an act of faith. In the months that followed, displaced persons camps would absorb many former prisoners, International relief agencies would attempt to provide support, and efforts to reunite families would span continents. Yet the immediate aftermath at Gusen was defined by fragile survival and the first stirrings of justice. What had been built as a machine to erase people was now a site where the world began to reconstruct the truth, piece by piece, testimony by testimony. The quarries stood silent, the underground tunnels no longer echoing with the clang of tools, and the barracks, once overcrowded with misery, became temporary shelters for men, learning again how to exist without fear of sudden violence. Yet the scars of Gusen could not be confined to its geography, because survivors carried with them memories of labor that had been weaponized, of systems that had reduced them to expendable units, and of comrades lost to exhaustion, execution, and disease. Liberation marked the end of SS authority, but it also marked the beginning of a new responsibility: to remember, to testify, and to ensure that the deadliest section of Mauthausen would not fade into obscurity. In those first uncertain days, as Allied flags replaced swastikas and the machinery of terror lay abandoned, Gusen became not only a symbol of cruelty but also a testament to endurance, to the fact that even in the harshest classification of the camp system, even in places designed for annihilation through labor, human beings had survived long enough to tell the story, and that story, emerging from the shock and silence of liberation, would shape the world's understanding of what had happened behind the fences, ensuring that the collapse of the Reich did not collapse memory with it. Chapter 7, Segment 2: Trials, Accountability, and the Struggle for Justice. In the months following liberation, as survivors of Gusen I, II, and III slowly regained strength and Allied investigators gathered documents, photographs, and testimonies, the question that hovered over the ruins of the camp complex was no longer how the system had functioned, but who would answer for it. The collapse of the Third Reich did not automatically dissolve responsibility, and the Allies understood that what had occurred within the granite quarries and underground tunnels demanded legal reckoning, not only moral condemnation. Former SS guards, administrators, capos, and industrial collaborators were identified, arrested, and interrogated, some captured in the chaotic retreat of spring 1945, others blending temporarily into civilian populations before being traced by occupation authorities. Survivors were asked to testify, to recount specific names, routines, punishments, work details, and selections, to transform memory into evidence. For many, this was an agonizing process because speaking required revisiting scenes of brutality that had barely begun to settle into coherence. Yet there was also determination, a recognition that silence would permit denial to take root. The Gusen camps, though administratively subordinate to Mauthausen, had developed their own hierarchy of terror, and accountability therefore extended beyond a single commandant to a web of officers, block leaders, overseers, and civilian engineers who had overseen forced labor projects, tied directly to the Reich's armaments industry. Allied military tribunals began organizing proceedings that would later become known as part of the Mauthausen trials, held in the American occupation zone, where evidence from Gusen was presented in detail. Photographs of emaciated survivors, records of transport lists, diagrams of tunnel complexes, and medical reports describing conditions of starvation and disease were entered into the record. The courtroom became, in a sense, another site of confrontation, where bureaucratic language that once disguised cruelty was forced into plain description. Defendants often claimed they had followed orders or lacked knowledge of broader extermination policies. Yet prosecutors demonstrated how the daily administration of work quotas, punishment schedules, and deprivation constituted active participation in a system designed to destroy. Testimonies revealed how prisoners were deliberately assigned to the most lethal labor details, how food rations were calculated below subsistence levels, how executions were staged as discipline to maintain terror, and how exhaustion itself had been weaponized as a method of killing. The concept of death through labor, once internal camp logic, became a legal argument, illustrating that murder could be enacted not only through bullets or gas but through the structured denial of survival. For survivors, Sitting in the courtroom and identifying former guards carried immense emotional weight. Because the power dynamic had shifted completely, the uniform stripped of authority, the accused now facing judgment rather than issuing commands. Some survivors felt vindication in this reversal, others felt only exhaustion, recognizing that no verdict could restore those who had died in the quarries or the tunnels. Sentences varied, with some defendants receiving death penalties, others long prison terms, and some acquitted for lack of direct evidence, a fact that left lingering frustration. Among survivors who knew that complicity had often been widespread and difficult to document. Beyond individual trials, the broader question of industrial accountability emerged, as companies that had profited from forced labor were scrutinized. Their executives questioned about contracts and production targets that had relied on camp inmates. This intersection of private industry and SS administration complicated the narrative, revealing that the machinery of terror had extended into economic structures far beyond the barbed wire. Yet justice, though imperfect, established a public record, a formal acknowledgement that what occurred at Gusen was not wartime necessity but organized crime. Newspapers across Europe and America reported on the proceedings, bringing names like Gusen and Mauthausen into public consciousness, transforming previously obscure camp sections into symbols of systemic brutality. Still, as years passed and geopolitical tensions shifted toward the emerging Cold War, attention moved elsewhere and some perpetrators were released early or reintegrated quietly into society, a development that deepened survivors' sense that justice had been partial. Memory, therefore, became intertwined with legal accountability as former prisoners formed associations, preserved documents, and advocated for recognition of Gusen as one of the deadliest labor complexes within the Nazi system. Monuments were erected gradually, ceremonies held annually, and testimonies recorded for archives so that denial could not erase the facts established in court. The trials did more than punish individuals. They articulated a principle that obedience to criminal policy did not absolve responsibility, that systematic cruelty disguised as labor discipline remained prosecutable, and that bureaucratic participation in atrocity constituted culpability. In this way, the reckoning at Gusen contributed to the broader evolution of international law, influencing definitions of crimes against humanity and shaping post-war human rights discourse. Yet for those who had endured the camps, justice was measured not only in verdicts but in remembrance, in the acknowledgement that their suffering had been real, documented, and judged. As the courtroom proceedings concluded and sentences were carried out or commuted, the physical site of Gusen continued its uneasy transition, parts repurposed, parts demolished, the landscape gradually absorbing traces of its past. But the legal record preserved the truth, anchoring memory in testimony and evidence. In the end, the struggle for justice at Gusen was not a single event but a process, extending from the first interrogations in 1945 through decades of historical research and memorial advocacy. A reminder that accountability for organized terror is complex and often incomplete, yet essential. And as survivors left the courtroom carrying both relief and unresolved grief, they carried also the knowledge that the system which had turned labor into death had been confronted publicly, its mechanisms exposed, its perpetrators named, ensuring that the history of Gusen would not remain buried beneath granite and silence, but stand documented in law as well as memory. Chapter 7, Segment 3, Memory, Denial, and the Responsibility of Remembrance. After the trials concluded and headlines faded, Gusen did not disappear, but it did begin to sink into a quieter, more complicated phase of history, one where the struggle was no longer against guards or overseers, but against forgetting itself. Unlike some larger camps that were quickly transformed into prominent memorial sites, much of the Gusen complex was absorbed back into civilian life, buildings dismantled, stones reused, land sold, houses built where barracks once stood, and roads laid across spaces that had once echoed with roll calls and forced marches. This transformation was not immediate erasure, but it created a dissonance, because beneath ordinary landscapes lay the memory of extraordinary suffering. Survivors returning years later sometimes found no clear markers indicating where the quarry stairways had claimed lives, or where tunnel entrances had swallowed thousands into darkness, and this absence of visible evidence created new urgency. For without preservation, the physical trace of terror risked being replaced entirely by normalcy. In the early post-war decades, Europe's attention often shifted toward reconstruction and political realignment, and while memorials were established at Mauthausen, Gusen's specific identity as one of the deadliest labor complexes was slower to gain international recognition. Yet former prisoners refused silence, forming survivor associations, organizing commemorations, recording testimonies in multiple languages, and urging governments to protect what remained of the camp grounds. Their voices insisted that Gusen I, II, and III were not mere subcamps in administrative paperwork, but distinct sites of systematic annihilation through labor, where tens of thousands had perished in quarries, factories, and underground corridors. As decades passed and survivors aged, the responsibility of memory increasingly shifted toward historians, educators, and local communities, who began to document the layered history of the site, mapping the boundaries of former barracks, identifying foundations beneath modern homes, and reconstructing the layout of tunnel systems once used for rocket assembly. Debates emerged about how to balance private property rights with historical preservation, how to commemorate victims respectfully without sensationalism, and how to confront denial in all its forms. Denial did not always appear as outright rejection of facts. Sometimes it surfaced as minimization, as the claim that forced labor was merely harsh wartime discipline, or that deaths were unintended consequences rather than systemic design. Confronting such narratives required meticulous documentation, survivor testimony corroborated by archival records, and educational initiatives that explained how starvation, overwork, and deliberate deprivation functioned as instruments of killing. Memorial ceremonies at Gusen became acts not only of mourning but of affirmation. Each name spoken a refusal to allow anonymity to erase identity. Educators brought students to the site, guiding them through remaining structures, encouraging reflection on how ordinary institutions, offices, factories, administrative desks, had once coordinated extraordinary cruelty. This educational dimension became central to remembrance because memory alone, without understanding, risks becoming ritual rather than warning. Gusen's history illustrates that genocide does not depend solely on dramatic acts of violence, but can unfold through organized labor systems, production targets, and bureaucratic classifications that redefine human beings as expendable resources. By teaching this mechanism clearly, memorial initiatives aim to inoculate future generations against the normalization of dehumanization. At the same time, remembrance at Gusen carries a personal dimension, as descendants of survivors and victims trace family histories, seeking records, photographs, or fragments of testimony that connect them to relatives. Lost in the tunnels or quarries, archives have grown, digitized collections expanding access to documents once stored in military files, and international collaboration has strengthened research into the camp network. Still, preservation faces practical challenges, as time erodes structures and funding must be secured for conservation projects. Activists and historians have advocated for broader recognition of Gusen within global Holocaust education, emphasizing its scale of mortality and its central role in the Nazi labor exploitation system. Their efforts have gradually reshaped public awareness, ensuring that Gusen is understood not as a peripheral annex but as a core component of the Mauthausen complex. Remembrance also requires confronting uncomfortable truths about complicity, including the involvement of local industries and the ways in which surrounding communities witnessed, heard, or indirectly benefited from the labor extracted within the camp system. Acknowledging these dimensions deepens understanding, moving beyond a narrative of isolated villains toward recognition of how systems of terror embed themselves within societies. As anniversaries of liberation are marked each year, the site becomes a gathering place for reflection, where silence is deliberate rather than enforced, and where the names of the dead are spoken in defiance of the anonymity imposed by the camp administration. In this sense, memory at Gusen transforms absence into presence, ensuring that those reduced to numbers in SS records are restored as individuals within collective consciousness. The responsibility of remembrance extends beyond ceremonial observance, asking each generation to consider how prejudice, authoritarian ideology, and bureaucratic obedience can converge again if left unchecked. Gusen stands as evidence that destruction can be engineered not only through overt violence but through systems that normalize exploitation and dismiss suffering as necessary cost. By preserving the site, recording testimonies, and integrating its history into broader education about the Holocaust, societies reaffirm a commitment to vigilance. And so, in the quiet spaces where tunnels once echoed and quarries once crushed bodies beneath stone, remembrance continues as a deliberate act, resisting the erosion of time and the temptation of indifference. Gusen's story endures not because the perpetrators intended it to, but because survivors, historians, and communities have chosen to keep it visible, to speak of it, and to teach it. In doing so, they ensure that the system which turned labor into death is remembered not as a footnote, but as a warning carved into history, one that calls for awareness, accountability, and an enduring refusal to let silence reclaim what was once exposed to the world. Chapter 8, Segment 1: The Final Months, Collapse of a System Built on Death. By late 1944 and into the early months of 1945, the vast machinery that had sustained Gusen I, II, and III began to fracture under the weight of its own violence. Yet even in collapse, it did not soften. It grew more chaotic, more desperate, and often more lethal. The Eastern Front had broken open, Allied bombers had intensified their attacks on industrial targets, and the Nazi leadership demanded impossible production quotas from underground facilities carved into mountains by starving prisoners. Within the tunnels of Gusen II and the surrounding subcamps, men continued assembling aircraft components and rocket parts under conditions that were already fatal long before the front lines approached. Food rations dwindled further as supply lines faltered, replacing thin soup with something closer to colored water, and bread portions shrank until they were little more than crumbs pressed into the shape of sustenance. Overcrowding reached levels that defied basic survival as evacuation transports from other camps arrived daily, bringing skeletal figures who had already endured death marches from the east. Barracks designed for a few hundred now held double or triple their capacity, bunks stacked 3 levels high, bodies pressed together for warmth not out of comfort but necessity. Disease spread with ruthless efficiency, especially typhus, carried by lice that thrived in the filth of unwashed clothing and untreated wounds. Medical facilities within the camp system did not exist to heal but to categorize, to determine who could still be forced to work and who would be discarded. Those deemed too weak were often left without care, confined to overcrowded infirmary barracks where death moved quietly from cot to cot. Outside, the quarries continued to claim lives, though by this stage many prisoners were too exhausted to carry granite blocks as they once had. Instead, the underground tunnels became the primary killing ground, where air hung thick with dust and chemical fumes, and where 12-hour shifts blurred into 18-hour shifts under emergency directives. Guards, aware that the Reich was losing, did not uniformly retreat into resignation. Some grew more violent, driven by ideological fanaticism or fear of accountability. Punishments intensified for minor infractions, and executions were carried out with little pretense of legal process. Roll calls, once instruments of order, became prolonged ordeals in freezing wind or icy rain. Prisoners forced to stand for hours while SS officers counted and recounted dwindling numbers. At the same time, whispers began to circulate among inmates, fragments of information passed from block to block. Rumors of advancing American forces, of cities falling, of camps liberated elsewhere. Hope, fragile and dangerous, flickered within conversations held in hushed tones. Yet hope carried risk, because any sign of anticipated liberation could be punished as defiance. In April 1945, as Allied troops moved closer to Austria, orders were issued to evacuate portions of the camp system. Columns of prisoners were assembled and marched away under armed escort, many collapsing along roads that cut through villages already weary of war. These evacuation marches extended the suffering beyond the camp fences, turning rural paths into corridors of attrition. Those who could not keep pace were shot or abandoned. Within Gusen itself, chaos and paralysis coexisted. Some SS personnel fled, burning documents and attempting to conceal evidence, while others remained, unsure whether to continue enforcing discipline or prepare for surrender. Production inside the tunnels faltered as air raids disrupted transport networks, and machinery lay partially assembled amid debris. Prisoners, sensing the approaching end yet unsure of its shape, oscillated between caution and anticipation. In the final days, hunger became acute to the point of delirium, men trading personal possessions for scraps of food, sharing crusts to keep one another upright. Resistance networks that had formed quietly over years of captivity began to consider how to prevent mass killings during the final hours, fearing that desperate SS units might attempt to annihilate witnesses before retreating. The structure of terror that had once operated with bureaucratic precision now appeared fractured, but its capacity for harm remained. On May 5, 1945, American forces of the 11th Armored Division approached the Mauthausen complex, and soon after, the Gusen camps fell within reach. When the guards fled or surrendered, they left behind a landscape that revealed the cumulative toll of years of forced labor. Barracks filled with emaciated survivors, tunnels lined with unfinished war machinery, and open spaces where bodies lay unburied. Liberation did not arrive with ceremony. It arrived amid shock, confusion, and the overwhelming need to provide immediate medical aid. American soldiers, many barely older than the prisoners they encountered, were confronted with scenes of extreme starvation and disease, struggling to comprehend how an industrial nation had constructed such a network of slow destruction. Medical teams worked to stabilize survivors, often confronting the complexities of refeeding after prolonged starvation, while quarantine measures were enacted to contain typhus outbreaks. In those first days, freedom felt unreal to many inmates, who had lived so long under rigid control that the absence of orders created disorientation. Some wept, some stared silently, and some were too weak to react at all. The collapse of Gusen was not a clean ending but a disintegration, a system unraveling under military defeat yet leaving behind thousands who would carry its scars for life. The final months demonstrated that even as the Nazi regime crumbled, its camp network did not pause its cruelty. Instead, it intensified, extracting labor and life until the last possible moment. And when the gates finally opened, what remained was not simply a liberated camp but evidence of a structure designed to exhaust human beings to death. A structure that had continued functioning almost until the final hour of the war. Chapter 8, Segment 2. Liberation, Shock, and the Struggle to Save the Living. When American forces reached the greater Mauthausen complex in early May 1945, and soon after the Gusen camps, they did not enter a battlefield in the traditional sense. They entered a humanitarian catastrophe that had been engineered over years and intensified in the war's final weeks. What confronted them inside Gusen I, II, and III was not the image of a functioning prison but the remains of a collapsing system. Skeletal figures moving slowly through mud, men wrapped in striped uniforms that hung like fabric on bone, barracks that reeked of sickness and decay, and underground tunnels still echoing with the unfinished machinery of war. Liberation came quickly in military terms, but its consequences unfolded slowly and painfully. The SS guards had largely fled or surrendered, some discarding uniforms in an attempt to blend into surrounding villages, others captured and detained for questioning. Prisoners, unsure at first whether the soldiers at the gates were truly there to free them, approached cautiously, their trust eroded by years of deception. Many were too weak even to stand. Typhus had ravaged entire blocks, and the infirmaries, never intended for real healing, were overwhelmed with men suffering from starvation, infections, untreated injuries, and psychological shock. American medics, trained for combat wounds rather than systematic malnutrition, faced an urgent dilemma: how to feed men who had been deprived for so long without causing further harm. Rations had to be introduced carefully, as sudden overeating could prove fatal to bodies that had adapted to prolonged starvation. Emergency field hospitals were established, quarantine zones set up to contain disease, and efforts began to document what had been discovered. Inside the tunnels of Gusen II, soldiers found abandoned equipment, half-assembled aircraft parts, and the suffocating atmosphere that prisoners had endured daily. The scale of the forced labor operation became evident. This had not been a peripheral camp but a crucial node in the Nazi war economy. Warehouses contained records, tools, and remnants of administrative paperwork that revealed the bureaucratic precision behind the suffering. Yet the human evidence was even more powerful. Survivors recounted the endless shifts underground, the starvation diets, the punishments for minor infractions, the executions carried out as discipline and deterrence. For many American soldiers, the experience was transformative, reshaping their understanding of the war. They had been prepared to fight an enemy army, not to confront the systematic degradation of civilians and prisoners of war. Photographers and journalists were brought in to record the conditions, ensuring that what was found could not be dismissed as rumor or exaggeration. Images of emaciated survivors, stacked bunks, and abandoned guard towers circulated among Allied command structures, reinforcing the urgency of prosecuting those responsible. Within the camp itself, liberation was accompanied by grief. Many prisoners searched desperately for friends who had not survived the final months, moving from barrack to barrack in fragile hope. Some found names on makeshift lists of the dead, others learned through whispered confirmations. Burial details were organized to handle the bodies that still lay unburied, and survivors, despite their weakness, sometimes participated in honoring those who had not lived to see freedom. Psychological recovery proved as complex as physical stabilization. Years of rigid hierarchy and terror had conditioned prisoners to respond to commands, and the sudden absence of structure left many disoriented. Some hesitated to leave the campgrounds immediately, uncertain of where to go or whether their families still lived. Displaced persons centers were later established to provide temporary housing and assistance, yet the transition from prisoner to civilian was neither simple nor immediate. Among the liberated were political prisoners, resistance fighters, Jews from across Europe, Soviet prisoners of war, and men transferred from dozens of subcamps, each carrying distinct stories but united by shared endurance. American forces also confronted the moral and legal implications of what they had uncovered. Captured SS personnel were interrogated, and preliminary investigations began into command structures and operational responsibility. Gusen's relationship to the broader Mauthausen complex became central to understanding how labor camps had evolved into lethal industrial systems. The liberation of Gusen was thus not merely the end of a camp, but the beginning of a documentation process that would inform war crimes trials. Testimonies were collected, records preserved, and evidence secured before the physical structures could be dismantled or repurposed. Yet amid the administrative response, the immediate priority remained survival. Food, clean water, clothing, and medical supplies were distributed in quantities insufficient for the scale of need. Local communities were drawn into relief efforts, some encountering former prisoners for the first time and confronting the proximity of the suffering that had occurred near their homes. For survivors, liberation was layered with complicated emotion. Relief intertwined with anger, grief, and disbelief. Some felt vindicated, others numb. Many faced the realization that entire families had been erased, that home might no longer exist in any recognizable form. As days turned into weeks, the camp landscape began to change. Guard towers stood empty, gates remained open, and the once terrifying tunnels grew silent. Yet the scars of Gusen did not vanish with the retreat of the SS. They remained etched into bodies weakened beyond repair and into memories that would shape post-war testimony. Liberation ended the system of forced labor and terror, but it could not immediately undo the damage inflicted over years of calculated attrition. What American forces found at Gusen in May 1945 was proof that a camp designed to exploit labor could become one of the deadliest complexes in the Nazi system. Not through a single act of extermination, but through relentless exhaustion, starvation, and abandonment carried out until the final hour. Chapter 8, Segment 3, Trials, Silence, and the Long Shadow of Memory. In the months that followed liberation, as emergency hospitals slowly stabilized, the strongest survivors and burial teams worked through the overwhelming task of honoring the dead. Another process began, quieter, slower, yet equally significant. The effort to assign responsibility for what had taken place inside Gusen I, II, and III. The tunnels were no longer filled with the roar of machinery, but with investigators, translators, and military police gathering statements, collecting documents, and tracing chains of command that connected local brutality to the highest levels of the SS system. What emerged was not the story of isolated cruelty, but of a structured labor complex integrated into the broader Mauthausen network, administered with paperwork, quotas, and efficiency. Former SS guards and administrators were detained and interrogated, some claiming they had simply followed orders, others minimizing their roles as minor functionaries. Yet survivor testimony described patterns. Beatings as routine discipline, starvation as policy, executions as spectacle, revealing that violence had not been accidental but embedded. The American military tribunals that followed, including the Mauthausen Gusen trial series, sought to confront this machinery of cruelty in legal terms. Defendants stood before judges and faced charges that reflected not only individual acts, but participation in a system of murder through labor. For survivors called to testify, the courtroom became another kind of tunnel, one that required revisiting memories of exhaustion, humiliation, and loss. Some spoke in steady voices, others faltered. Translators bridged languages, but not always the emotional weight. Evidence included photographs taken at liberation, medical reports detailing malnutrition and disease, and records showing the transfer of prisoners between subcamps. These trials marked one of the early efforts to articulate crimes against humanity, yet justice felt incomplete to many. Sentences varied. Some perpetrators received capital punishment, others imprisonment, and over time, public attention shifted as Europe struggled to rebuild. Meanwhile, the physical site of Gusen underwent transformation. Parts of the camp were dismantled, land repurposed, and residential structures gradually appeared where barracks had once stood. The tunnels, once carved by starving prisoners for aircraft production, became silent relics beneath new landscapes. For years, memory of Gusen remained overshadowed by larger, more widely recognized camps, even though its death toll ranked among the highest within the Mauthausen complex. Survivors carried the burden of remembrance, forming associations, recording testimonies, and advocating for memorial recognition. As decades passed, the importance of documentation grew clearer. The absence of towering gates or intact crematoria did not diminish what had occurred. Rather, it underscored how easily physical traces could fade. Historians later reconstructed the expansion phases of Gusen I, II, and III, mapping how what began as a quarry camp evolved into a vast underground labor enterprise feeding the Reich's weapons program. Archival research revealed production schedules and correspondence between SS authorities and industrial partners, confirming the intimate link between forced labor and war manufacturing. This evidence reshaped understanding of how the Nazi system operated, not solely through extermination centers, but through a spectrum of camps where death emerged from overwork and deprivation. Memorialization at Gusen developed slowly, influenced by political changes in post-war Austria and shifting public awareness. Plaques and monuments were eventually installed, survivor ceremonies held, and educational initiatives established to preserve testimony. Yet the challenge remained: how to commemorate a site whose structures had been largely erased and whose suffering unfolded underground. The answer lay in narrative, in ensuring that the names of Gusen I, II, and III were spoken alongside other notorious camps. Memory work required confronting uncomfortable proximity. Villages that had existed beside the complex, industries that had benefited, and bureaucracies that had facilitated. For descendants of survivors, Gusen represented both trauma and resilience. Many returned to the site to trace the paths their relatives had walked, to stand above tunnels where men once labored in darkness, and to participate in acts of remembrance that affirmed human dignity against systemic cruelty. Scholars emphasize that Gusen's history illustrates a crucial dimension of the Holocaust: the fusion of economic ambition and ideological hatred. Prisoners were exploited as expendable labor while simultaneously marked for destruction. Liberation in May 1945 had ended the immediate suffering, but the moral reckoning extended across generations. Today, educational programs, archival projects, and international commemorations seek to prevent the dilution of this history. The story of Gusen challenges simplified narratives of the Nazi camp system by demonstrating how administrative decisions, production demands, and racial ideology combined to create one of the deadliest labor complexes in occupied Europe. As memory passes from direct witnesses to recorded testimony, the responsibility shifts to educators, historians, and audiences to maintain clarity and vigilance. The long shadow of Gusen is not confined to Austria's landscape. It reaches into discussions of accountability, industrial ethics, and the fragility of human rights. What began as 3 expanding camp sections, 1, 2, and 3, evolved into a single warning about how quickly labor can be weaponized and bureaucracy can normalize cruelty. The trials sought justice, the memorials preserve memory, and the testimonies ensure that the tunnels beneath Gusen remain more than abandoned stone. They remain evidence. Evidence that even when structures are dismantled and landscapes altered, the truth of what occurred endures in records, in names, and in the enduring commitment to remember. Chapter 9, Segment 1: Collapse of the Reich and the Final Catastrophe. By early 1945, the illusion of permanence that had sustained the SS camp system began to fracture under the relentless advance of Allied armies. Yet inside Gusen I, II, and III, the machinery of forced labor did not slow in proportion to Germany's defeat. Instead, it accelerated in desperation, as production quotas for aircraft parts and underground weapons projects intensified while supplies of food, medicine, and basic sanitation collapsed. Prisoners already reduced to skeletal figures were driven harder, ordered to extract the final measure of labor from bodies that could barely stand. The tunnels, once echoing with the clatter of industrial ambition, became chambers of suffocation and disease, where ventilation systems failed and typhus spread through overcrowded barracks carved from rock. Evacuation transports from other camps poured into the Mauthausen Gusen complex, swelling populations far beyond capacity. Men arrived after days on open rail cars or brutal marches, bringing with them stories of liquidation and scorched earth policies, confirming what many already suspected: that the regime intended to destroy evidence and eliminate witnesses before surrender became inevitable. Guards, sensing the shift in power, oscillated between panic and cruelty. Some tightened discipline, staging executions for minor infractions. Others abandoned posts or sought civilian clothing. Yet for the prisoners, the final months did not bring relief but intensified chaos. Rations shrank to watery broth and crusts of bread, and those who collapsed in the tunnels were dragged aside to die unnoticed. Rumors circulated of plans to seal entrances and blow up entire underground complexes with prisoners still inside, an ultimate act of annihilation that reflected the regime's willingness to sacrifice lives to avoid accountability. Whether through lack of coordination, fear, or the rapid pace of Allied advances, these plans were not fully realized, but the possibility itself underscored the fragility of survival. Meanwhile, The SS organized forced evacuations toward the interior of collapsing Germany, pushing columns of emaciated men through snow and mud, executing those who fell behind. The death marches radiating from the broader Mauthausen network intersected with Gusen's fate, creating moving lines of suffering across Austria and Bavaria. Inside the camp perimeter, industrial partners scrambled to dismantle equipment, removing documents and machinery in attempts to obscure complicity. Prisoners witnessed trucks carrying crates away from the tunnels, even as bodies accumulated in barracks and open courtyards. Disease outpaced bullets as the primary killer. Typhus, dysentery, and starvation claimed thousands in weeks, overwhelming cremation facilities and forcing the stacking of corpses in makeshift areas. Those assigned to corpse disposal, themselves barely alive, moved mechanically, driven by fear and the faint instinct to endure one more day. As April turned to May, the soundscape shifted. Distant artillery replaced the rhythm of machinery. Rumors of American forces moving through Upper Austria spread cautiously, hope tempered by the knowledge that other camps had experienced massacres in their final hours. In some sections of Gusen, guards destroyed remaining records, burned papers, and discussed escape routes. Others attempted to negotiate their own survival by surrendering quietly. The prisoners, trapped between exhaustion and anticipation, faced a paradox. Liberation was near, yet each passing day threatened death from disease or random violence. Clandestine resistance networks that had formed over years of confinement attempted to maintain order, distributing information, discouraging rash uprisings that might provoke retaliation. These networks preserved a fragile stability in a system unraveling. On May 5, 1945, units of the U.S. Army approached the Mauthausen-Gusen complex. By then, many SS personnel had fled, leaving behind a landscape of suffering. What the liberators encountered was not an active battlefield but the aftermath of prolonged attrition. Thousands of survivors in critical condition, unable to comprehend fully that the regime which had defined their existence for years had collapsed. The gates that once symbolized total control stood open, yet freedom felt abstract to men whose bodies were ravaged and whose families were scattered or dead. The final catastrophe of Gusen was not a single massacre but the cumulative devastation of starvation, disease, overwork, and abandonment intensified in the last months of the Reich. Collapse did not erase suffering instantly. It revealed its scale. Barracks filled with the silent evidence of systemic cruelty. Tunnels that had consumed so many lives lay dormant, their concrete walls bearing witness to exhaustion measured not in hours but in years. The fall of Nazi Germany ended the administrative authority over Gusen I, II, and III, but it could not undo the human cost etched into every stone. The collapse exposed how deeply integrated the camp had been within the broader war economy and how swiftly that integration unraveled when ideology lost military backing. For the survivors, liberation marked the beginning of another uncertain chapter: medical triage, attempts to locate relatives, decisions about return or exile. For historians, the final months illustrate how genocidal systems behave under defeat. Accelerating exploitation, attempting erasure, and collapsing into chaos. Gusen's end, therefore, stands as both conclusion and revelation. A demonstration that even as the Reich disintegrated, the mechanisms of forced labor continued until the very last viable hour, and that liberation arrived not as a cinematic triumph but as the sobering exposure of what sustained cruelty looks like when stripped of its uniforms and banners, leaving behind only the evidence of human endurance against a system that sought to extinguish it. Chapter 9, Segment 2: Liberation, Shock, and the Struggle to Keep the Living Alive. When American forces entered the Mauthausen-Gusen complex in early May 1945, they did not encounter organized resistance or dramatic final battles. Instead, they stepped into a landscape that felt suspended between death and survival, a place where order had dissolved but suffering had not yet ended. And in Gusen I, II, and III, the scene confronting the liberators was one of profound shock. barracks packed beyond capacity with skeletal men too weak to stand, open spaces cluttered with unburied bodies, and the faint, overwhelming smell of decay that clung to the air and clothing alike. Many SS guards had fled in the final days, abandoning prisoners without food or medical care, leaving behind a population ravaged by starvation, typhus, and exhaustion. Liberation did not immediately transform this environment into safety, because the camp was not merely a prison to be unlocked, it was a humanitarian catastrophe requiring urgent intervention. American medics and support units quickly realized that the greatest enemy was no longer armed resistance but disease, particularly typhus, which spread rapidly in overcrowded barracks where lice-infested clothing and inadequate sanitation had been the norm for years. Quarantine measures were established almost immediately, isolating infected areas while medical teams attempted to distribute limited supplies of antibiotics, disinfectants, and food. Yet feeding the starving presented its own danger, as bodies reduced by prolonged malnutrition could not process normal rations without fatal consequences. Careful refeeding protocols had to be implemented, though resources were scarce and the urgency immense. Some prisoners, driven by instinct after years of deprivation, consumed food too quickly and suffered fatal complications. A tragic reminder that liberation required as much caution as compassion. In the tunnels that once housed forced labor operations, equipment lay abandoned, silent testimony to the industrial ambitions that had cost so many lives. Soldiers and war correspondents documented what they found, photographing barracks, recording survivor testimonies, and preserving evidence of the conditions inside. These images and accounts would later become part of war crimes investigations, shaping public understanding of the camp system and challenging any attempts at denial. For the survivors, the first days of freedom were often marked by confusion rather than celebration. Many were too weak to comprehend fully that the guards were gone. Others feared that liberation might be temporary, that the violence could return. Clandestine resistance leaders who had helped maintain order in the final weeks assisted American forces by organizing prisoner lists, identifying the sickest individuals, and translating between languages. The multinational composition of Gusen's prisoner population, Poles, Soviets, Spaniards, French, Italians, Jews from across Europe, and others, meant that communication was complex, yet shared suffering created a fragile solidarity. Beyond immediate medical care, there was the task of restoring dignity to those who had been stripped of identity. Prisoners were no longer numbers stitched to uniforms. They were men with names, families, histories. Some attempted to locate relatives within the camp complex, moving from barrack to barrack in search of familiar faces, often confronting the painful truth that many had not survived. Burial teams, organized by Allied forces and surviving prisoners, began the grim process of interring bodies with greater care than had been afforded during the camp's operation. Mass graves were documented and marked, signaling an early commitment to remembrance and accountability. Nearby civilian populations were confronted with the reality of what had existed in their region, as Allied authorities required local residents to witness the conditions and assist with burials. This confrontation disrupted claims of ignorance and highlighted the proximity between ordinary life and extraordinary cruelty. In the weeks following liberation, displaced persons camps emerged as transitional spaces for survivors who could not immediately return home. For many, home no longer existed as it once had. Borders had shifted, communities destroyed, families murdered. Decisions about repatriation or emigration were shaped by political uncertainty and personal trauma. Psychological scars, though less visible than emaciated bodies, were profound. Years of forced labor, humiliation, and violence could not be undone by the opening of gates. Yet within this devastation there were moments of resilience. Survivors forming committees to document crimes, to preserve names of the dead, to ensure that the tunnels and quarries would not become anonymous ruins. Allied investigators collected testimonies describing work conditions, beatings, starvation rations, and the structure of Gusen I, II, and III. These testimonies formed part of the evidence used in subsequent trials, where former SS personnel and administrators were prosecuted for crimes against humanity. The legal process was imperfect and incomplete, but it marked a departure from impunity. The transformation of Gusen from an active site of forced labor to a liberated space did not erase its past. Instead, it exposed it. The silence that had once surrounded the underground factories was replaced by documentation and scrutiny. The granite quarries, once instruments of death through labor, became symbolic landscapes of memory. Liberation, therefore, was not a single moment but an unfolding process: medical stabilization, legal reckoning, historical preservation. The shock experienced by American troops and correspondents carried into broader public consciousness as reports reached newspapers and radio broadcasts. Images from camps like Gusen challenged distant audiences to confront the scale of suffering produced by a system that had combined industrial efficiency with ideological hatred. For the survivors, the path forward remained uncertain, yet the collapse of the camp marked the end of systematic exploitation and the beginning of testimony. In the fragile space between devastation and recovery, Gusen's story shifted from secret machinery of war to documented evidence of atrocity, ensuring that even as buildings decayed and industries faded, the memory of what had occurred within those barbed wire boundaries would persist beyond the final days of the Reich. Chapter 9, Segment 3: Evidence, Trials, and the Long Fight Against Forgetting. In the weeks and months after liberation, as emergency hospitals replaced roll calls and Allied uniforms replaced SS insignia, Gusen I, II, and III entered a new and uncertain phase. No longer functioning camps, yet not immediately transformed into memorial sites, but instead becoming vast crime scenes where the evidence of systematic cruelty had to be gathered before it vanished beneath the weight of time and reconstruction. Investigators moved carefully through barracks and administrative offices, collecting documents that had escaped destruction, photographing the tunnels where prisoners had labored without sunlight, and recording testimony from survivors who, despite weakness and trauma, understood that their words might become the foundation of justice. The challenge was immense because the Nazi camp system had been designed with bureaucratic precision, its paperwork often coded in sterile language that concealed brutality behind euphemism, and its administrators trained to maintain records that appeared orderly even when the reality they documented was lethal. At Gusen, as in other subcamps of Mauthausen, forced labor contracts tied the SS to private firms and state industries, revealing how economic interests and ideological goals had merged into a single apparatus. Investigators sought to untangle these connections, tracing responsibility not only to individual guards but to command structures and industrial partners who had profited from the exploitation of prisoners. The subsequent war crimes proceedings, including those held in Dachau and other Allied tribunals, brought former SS personnel, camp administrators, and certain civilian collaborators to trial. Survivors testified about quarry labor, starvation rations, underground construction projects, beatings, and the conditions that had made Gusen one of the deadliest labor complexes in the Nazi system. These testimonies were often delivered through interpreters, across cultural and linguistic divides, yet they carried a shared insistence that suffering be acknowledged publicly. The trials were imperfect instruments of justice, limited by jurisdiction, evidence availability, and the political realities of a world already shifting into the tensions of the Cold War. Yet they marked a critical transition from exposure to accountability. Sentences varied. Some defendants received death penalties, others long imprisonment, and many lesser figures avoided prosecution altogether. But the proceedings established legal precedents affirming that participation in a system of forced labor and systematic abuse constituted crimes against humanity. Beyond the courtroom, the physical space of Gusen faced its own transformation. Portions of the former camp complex were repurposed, demolished, or incorporated into post-war development, particularly as Austria navigated its complicated reckoning with its role during the Nazi era. For years, memory at Gusen remained fragmented, overshadowed by the larger narrative of Mauthausen and by political debates over victimhood and responsibility. Survivors' associations worked tirelessly to preserve what remained, organizing commemorations, erecting memorial plaques, and pressing authorities to recognize the specific history of Gusen I, II, and III rather than allowing them to fade into anonymity. Their efforts reflected a broader struggle within Europe to confront uncomfortable truths about collaboration, economic complicity, and the ordinary structures that had enabled extraordinary crimes. As decades passed, scholarship deepened understanding of how the Gusen camps evolved from quarry labor sites into expansive underground industrial centers linked to advanced weapons production, highlighting the convergence of technological ambition and human exploitation. Historians analyzed camp records, corporate archives, and survivor memoirs to reconstruct daily life and mortality patterns, demonstrating that death at Gusen was not incidental but embedded within the design of its labor regime. The phrase "death through labor" captured not only the physical exhaustion imposed on prisoners but the systemic calculation that many would perish and be replaced without disrupting output. Public memory evolved slowly, shaped by documentaries, educational initiatives, and the voices of aging survivors who insisted that the tunnels carved into the hills of Upper Austria not be reduced to footnotes. Commemorative ceremonies at the site became acts of resistance against forgetting, bringing together descendants, students, and officials to stand where forced marches once passed and where quarry steps had claimed countless lives. The underground galleries, once filled with machinery and guarded secrecy, came to symbolize both the depth of human cruelty and the endurance of testimony. As the last survivors passed away in the early 21st century, responsibility for memory shifted increasingly to educators, researchers, and younger generations. Digital archives and oral history projects preserved recorded voices describing hunger, fear, solidarity, and resistance. These accounts complicated simplistic narratives, revealing not only suffering but also acts of quiet defiance. Shared bread, whispered news, hidden lists of the dead. In confronting Gusen's legacy, societies faced a broader question about modernity itself, how industrial efficiency, bureaucratic organization, and nationalist ideology could converge to produce a lethal environment disguised as economic necessity. The post-war decades demonstrated that justice, remembrance, and historical clarity require sustained effort rather than singular moments of revelation. Denial and distortion periodically resurfaced, challenging documented facts, yet the accumulated weight of evidence, physical remnants, trial transcripts, survivor memoirs, countered such attempts. Gusen's history thus became more than a chronicle of one camp complex. It became part of an ongoing dialogue about responsibility, memory, and the ethical obligations of modern states. The site stands today not as a fully intact camp but as a landscape marked by absence and reconstruction, where foundations outline former barracks and memorial stones mark places once defined by coercion. The transformation from secret labor center to publicly acknowledged crime scene underscores a final irony. The system that sought to exploit and erase its victims ultimately left behind a record that continues to instruct and warn. In tracing evidence through trials and into collective memory, Chapter 9 closes not with resolution but with vigilance, recognizing that the preservation of Gusen's history depends on continued engagement, on the refusal to let industrialized cruelty be obscured by time, and on the understanding that remembrance itself is a form of accountability, ensuring that the machinery of exploitation documented here remains a subject of study rather than repetition. Chapter 10, Segment 1. Collapse of the System, the Final Weeks at Gusen. By the spring of 1945, the machinery that had powered Gusen I, II, and III for nearly 7 years was beginning to fracture. Not because it had exhausted its cruelty, but because the war that sustained it was collapsing from every direction. Allied bombers darkened the skies over Central Europe, rail lines were severed, communication networks faltered, and rumors filtered even into the sealed tunnels of Burgerstal that the Reich's frontiers were crumbling. Yet inside the camp, complex, the routine of labor continued with a mechanical persistence that bordered on denial, as though the SS believed that discipline alone could hold back the advancing armies. Prisoners sensed the change before they understood it fully. Guards grew more erratic, punishments more unpredictable, rations even thinner as supply routes failed, and transports of exhausted men from other camps began arriving in chaotic waves, evidence that entire regions of the Nazi camp system were being evacuated in haste. Gusen's population swelled beyond what its already brutal infrastructure could sustain. Barracks designed for hundreds now confined thousands. Bunks became layers of skeletal bodies pressed together for warmth and disease, particularly typhus, spread with terrifying speed through overcrowded quarters where sanitation had long since broken down. The underground factories, once symbols of industrial ambition, became suffocating caverns where weakened prisoners struggled to maintain production quotas even as machinery faltered from lack of parts and electricity flickered unpredictably. SS officers faced a dilemma shaped by both ideology and fear. They were ordered to continue operations, to destroy sensitive installations if necessary, and to prevent prisoners from falling into Allied hands alive if they could serve as witnesses. Plans circulated for blowing up sections of the tunnels, sealing thousands inside to erase both laborers and evidence in a single act of annihilation. Such orders reflected the same logic that had governed the camp from its inception, the expendability of human life subordinated entirely to the regime's objectives. Yet by April the capacity to execute these plans was uncertain, constrained by time, resources, and the rapid advance of Allied forces through Austria. Within the prisoner community, whispers of liberation mingled with dread, because experience had taught them that the final phase of the Nazi camp system often proved the most lethal. Across Europe, death marches were underway, columns of emaciated prisoners driven through towns and countryside under armed escort, collapsing by roadsides or shot if they faltered. Gusen's inmates feared they too would be forced onto such marches or trapped underground if the SS chose annihilation over surrender. Clandestine resistance networks, fragile but persistent, monitored guard movements and attempted to gather intelligence, sharing information in hushed conversations during roll call or in the shadows of the quarry. Some prisoners prepared mentally for the possibility of revolt, while others focused solely on surviving one more day of hunger and labor. The SS hierarchy itself showed signs of disintegration, as communication with Berlin grew sporadic and local commanders weighed obedience against self-preservation. Some officers intensified brutality, determined to maintain order to the last hour, while others quietly considered escape, burning documents and destroying records that might incriminate them. Smoke rose from administrative buildings as files were fed into flames, an effort to sever the paper trail that linked corporate contracts, labor allocations, and mortality lists. Yet the scale of the camp complex made complete erasure impossible. Too many barracks, too many tunnels, too many witnesses. Meanwhile, the wider civilian population in surrounding villages sensed upheaval, hearing artillery in the distance and observing columns of displaced persons moving along rural roads. The illusion of isolation that had once shielded Gusen from scrutiny was dissolving as the war's front lines closed in. Inside the camp, mortality climbed sharply during these final weeks, not through a single coordinated massacre but through compounded neglect. Starvation rations reduced further, medical supplies non-existent, exhausted men collapsing in workshops and never rising again. Bodies accumulated faster than crematoria could manage, and burial details operated in grim silence, aware that the ground itself seemed saturated with loss. In some corners of the camp, guards abandoned posts, leaving prisoners momentarily without supervision, only for other units to reassert control with renewed severity. The tension was palpable, a suspended moment between annihilation and liberation. Prisoners strained to interpret distant gunfire. Was it approaching or retreating? Each echo a possible herald of freedom or of another wave of violence. By early May, As American forces pushed deeper into Austria, the chain of command within Gusen deteriorated further. Some SS personnel fled outright, discarding uniforms and attempting to blend into civilian populations, while others lingered, uncertain whether surrender or resistance would determine their fate. The prisoners' anticipation intensified, yet caution prevailed, because previous rumors of liberation in other camps had sometimes preceded brutal reprisals. Starvation had reduced many to shadows of themselves, too weak to stand unaided, yet hope, fragile and dangerous, flickered in conversations whispered across bunks. The collapse of the Nazi state did not arrive as a dramatic rupture inside Gusen but as a gradual unraveling. Fewer guards at roll call, erratic work assignments, the disappearance of certain officers overnight, and still the underground tunnels loomed, silent witnesses to years of forced labor, containing machinery and unfinished weapons projects that now symbolized the futility of the regime's final ambitions. As Allied forces drew closer, the prospect that Gusen might be liberated before total destruction became real, yet uncertainty persisted until the very last hours. Chapter 10 begins here, in this unstable threshold between oppression and freedom, where the system that had transformed labor into death was faltering under its own weight, and where thousands of prisoners waited, suspended between terror and the possibility that the world beyond the barbed wire was finally approaching. Chapter 10, Segment 2, Liberation, the moment the gates opened. In the first days of May 1945, the sound that had haunted Europe for 6 years changed its meaning inside Gusen. Distant artillery no longer signaled another offensive by the Reich, but the steady advance of Allied forces closing in from the west, and with that realization came a tension so intense that even the weakened, starving prisoners felt it like electricity in the air. The camp's hierarchy, once rigid and relentless, began to fracture visibly as SS guards abandoned watchtowers, officers disappeared from administrative offices, and the routines of terror, roll calls, punishments, forced marches to the tunnels, became irregular and confused. Some guards attempted to destroy remaining documents, setting fire to records that detailed labor quotas, transport lists, and mortality counts, while others focused on their own escape, shedding uniforms and blending into civilian populations in nearby villages. Prisoners observed these changes cautiously, knowing that in many camps across the collapsing Reich, liberation had been preceded by massacres or forced evacuations designed to eliminate witnesses. Fear and hope existed side by side, neither trusted completely. The underground factories of Burgerstall, once filled with the roar of machinery and the metallic rhythm of forced production, fell eerily quiet as power supplies faltered and work details dissolved. In the barracks, men lay too weak to stand, their bodies reduced to bone and skin by months of starvation, disease, and exhaustion, yet word spread from bunk to bunk that American troops were approaching. Whispers traveled faster than strength, carried by those who had glimpsed fleeing guards or heard gunfire closer than before. On May 5th, units of the United States Army reached the Mauthausen complex and its subcamps, including Gusen, encountering scenes that defied expectation. They had anticipated fortified resistance or industrial installations, but instead they entered spaces of collapse, emaciated prisoners staring through barbed wire, corpses unburied in yards and beside barracks, the smell of decay lingering in the air. For many American soldiers, the shock was immediate and overwhelming, as they confronted not an abstract enemy but the tangible consequences of a system built on organized cruelty. Inside Gusen, prisoners struggled to comprehend that the guards were no longer returning, that the authority which had dictated every movement of their lives had evaporated almost overnight. Some survivors were too weak to react visibly, remaining on bunks as soldiers moved through the camp, offering water, rations, and medical assistance. Others wept openly, the release of emotion as sudden as it was profound. The liberation of Gusen was not marked by a single dramatic gesture but by the gradual realization that the regime's control had ended. Watchtowers stood empty, gates swung open, and the symbols of power, uniforms, insignia, administrative offices were abandoned relics of a system that had collapsed under military defeat. Yet freedom did not instantly restore strength. Thousands of prisoners were in critical condition, suffering from advanced malnutrition, typhus, dysentery, and untreated injuries. Medical units established emergency aid stations, confronting the challenge of stabilizing bodies that had endured years of deprivation. Well-intentioned efforts to provide food sometimes had to be moderated, as sudden refeeding posed its own dangers to weakened systems. Liberation revealed not only survival but the scale of loss. Friends and comrades who had perished in quarries, in tunnels, in barracks. The absence of familiar faces was as present as the soldiers now walking through the camp. Outside the perimeter, civilians in surrounding areas could no longer ignore what had existed in proximity for years. The arrival of Allied forces forced an acknowledgement of the camp's reality, dismantling the illusion that it had been an isolated or misunderstood installation. American commanders documented conditions meticulously, photographing barracks, crematoria, and the tunnels of Burgerstall to preserve evidence of crimes that might otherwise be denied. Prisoners who could speak began to recount experiences: forced labor quotas, beatings, executions, starvation, their testimonies transforming personal suffering into historical record. The liberation of Gusen thus became both an end and a beginning. The end of its function as a labor camp designed for attrition, and the beginning of a long process of reckoning. The physical structures remained: the quarry, the underground factories, the barracks, silent witnesses to years of brutality. As survivors were evacuated for medical treatment or repatriation, the landscape of Gusen shifted from a site of enforced labor to a place of evidence and memory. The liberation did not erase trauma, nor did it immediately restore the lives interrupted by imprisonment, but it halted the machinery that had converted human beings into expendable resources. In those first hours and days, as Allied soldiers distributed supplies and tended to the sick, a fragile sense of possibility emerged. The system that had seemed unbreakable had collapsed, not through internal reform but through external force. Gusen's gates were open, its guards gone, its authority dissolved, and in the space left behind, survivors began the slow, uncertain task of stepping back into a world that had nearly forgotten them, carrying with them the knowledge of what had occurred within those fences and beneath those hills of stone. Chapter 10, Segment 3, Aftermath, Trials, and the Long Shadow of Gusen. When the gates of Gusen finally stood open and the SS authority dissolved into flight and surrender, the camp did not simply disappear into history. Instead, it entered a new phase, one defined by evidence, testimony, justice, and the difficult struggle to remember what had happened in a place deliberately designed to grind human beings into silence. In the weeks following liberation, Allied forces documented the tunnels, the quarries, the barracks, and the cremation sites, photographing and cataloging what remained, aware that without records and testimony the enormity of the crimes might later be denied or minimized. Survivors who were strong enough to speak provided statements detailing forced labor in the granite pits, the lethal conditions inside the underground aircraft factories, the routine beatings, the starvation rations, and the executions carried out as discipline or spectacle. These accounts transformed Gusen from a remote labor subcamp into part of the documented architecture of Nazi criminality, linking it directly to the broader Mauthausen complex and to the economic ambitions of the Reich. Investigations soon identified camp officials, SS officers, capos, and administrators who had overseen the system of exploitation, and many were brought before military tribunals in the Dachau trials, where former guards and commanders were prosecuted for war crimes committed at Mauthausen and its subcamps, including Gusen. The legal proceedings did not undo the suffering, nor could they restore the lives lost in quarries or tunnels, but they established an official record that named the crimes and placed responsibility upon individuals rather than abstract forces. Testimonies in these trials described how prisoners were forced to work until collapse, how those deemed unfit were beaten or executed, how medical neglect and deliberate deprivation functioned as tools of attrition, and how the underground factories of Bergerstal became engines of both technological ambition and human destruction. Yet justice was uneven, as some perpetrators evaded capture, others received reduced sentences, and many local collaborators blended back into civilian life amid the broader reconstruction of post-war Europe. Meanwhile, survivors faced a different challenge: rebuilding lives shattered by imprisonment. Many had no homes to return to, no families left alive, no communities intact. Repatriation was often slow and complicated, especially for those whose countries had been occupied, annexed, or politically transformed. Some emigrated to new continents, carrying with them memories of stone steps, tunnels, and barracks. Others remained in Europe, participating in the gradual creation of memorial associations dedicated to preserving the truth of Gusen's history. In the decades that followed, the physical site of Gusen underwent a troubling transformation as portions of the camp were dismantled, repurposed, or absorbed into residential developments, and the underground tunnels, once sites of forced labor and death, were partially sealed or neglected. Unlike more widely known camps, Gusen did not immediately become a central memorial site, and for years its history risked being overshadowed by the larger narrative of Mauthausen. Survivors and historians worked persistently to document the distinct identity of Gusen I, II, and III, emphasizing that this complex had been one of the deadliest labor systems in the entire Nazi network, where tens of thousands perished not in gas chambers but through calculated exhaustion, starvation, and industrial exploitation. Archival research uncovered contracts between the SS and German armaments firms, revealing the economic incentives that sustained the camp's expansion. What emerged was a portrait of genocide intertwined with industry, showing how forced labor underpinned weapons production even as the Reich collapsed. Memorial initiatives gradually took shape, plaques were installed, commemorations organized, and educational programs developed to ensure that Gusen's history would not fade into obscurity. Yet the long shadow of the camp extends beyond physical markers. It challenges modern societies to confront how ordinary systems, contracts, quotas, transport schedules, administrative forms, can be transformed into instruments of mass harm when guided by dehumanizing ideology. Gusen demonstrates that atrocity does not always require secrecy in forests or immediate extermination. It can operate openly within industrial landscapes, sustained by bureaucracy and normalized by repetition. As survivors aged and passed away, their testimonies became even more urgent, recorded in interviews and archives so that future generations could understand not only the scale of suffering but the mechanisms that enabled it. The legacy of Gusen is therefore twofold. It is a memorial to those who died under impossible burdens of stone and steel, and it is a warning about the fragility of moral boundaries when power goes unchecked. Today, when visitors walk near the remnants of the camp or study photographs of its quarries and tunnels, they encounter more than ruins. They encounter the evidence of a system that converted human lives into expendable resources for war. Remembering Gusen means acknowledging that its horrors were not accidental but engineered, not spontaneous but structured. The trials that followed liberation marked the beginning of accountability, yet memory itself remains an ongoing responsibility. In the end, Gusen stands as a testament to endurance and to the necessity of historical clarity. A place where labor was weaponized, where suffering was organized, and where, despite every effort to erase it, the truth survived. Its story endures not to shock but to educate, not to inflame but to remind, and in that remembrance lies the final resistance against the silence the camp was meant to impose. Gusen was not just a subcamp. It was a system within a system, where labor became a weapon and exhaustion became a sentence. Tonight, we remembered the men who were forced into stone quarries and underground tunnels, and the thousands who never walked back out. If you believe these stories must never fade into silence, consider subscribing. We create deeply researched, Calm historical documentaries to preserve memory, one chapter at a time. Thank you for watching and for remembering.